a be the bad guy game. But you can be the bad guy without just being gross about it, you know? And I think that's a very fine line to run along. But regardless, let's play some Longdeath, shall we? So day one, what? 169, nice, of Longdeath begins here, and it is year 346, which means the fortress is 341 years old, and I want to say we're on the 1st of spring, right? Now. I mean, yep. Well, not quite the 1st of spring. Early spring. The elves are here to trade. The current dwarves that are alive in the fortress are Pilot, Quavenir, Diamond Destruct, Peter, Dragon, Massive, Axon, Zindros, Ghost, Knowles, Defcon, Mark, Zetsuki, Laggy, Team Xeno, Do It, Nanochip, Blue Water, Vimamel, Blafonda, Bumblebed, Sideways, Krakenzeeg, Stone, Dung Caribou, Rari, Chocobo, Volleylol, Bellinair, Cucumber, Arch, Jimmy Tibby, Seeker, Whitcoat, and Lumpy. Cam, what's up? Good to see you. If you heard your name called and would like to know something about your dwarf, give me a shout and I can read your dwarf's description. Still alive and kicking. Still alive. Still alive and still not even an adult yet, Rory. You're what? You're 10? Born on the 2nd of Obsidian? You personally view decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those who fail to maintain it because you got caught in the rain in 342, and you find sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, and you are put off by family and see no value in holding back and concealing emotions. After being caught in the rain in 339, and you don't really care about fairness, and you dream of crafting a great work of art, and this was realized. You prefer to go it alone, and you find humor in most situations after having clothes rot off your body in 339, and you are somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and you generally act with a narrow focus on the current activity, and you are curious and eager to learn. All of that's about Rory. We need to trade with the elves. Not today, or not currently. They get taken almost immediately, so I'll have to wait for a new one to be born. Someone just sent me a text, and it was my mom saying okie dokie because I'm gonna go and visit them tomorrow. How am I feeling about the UI progress? I think that military screen is phenomenal. There's a few people who are like, it still looks bad. It's like, well, can't help you. I just want it to be done so that Tarn can work on things that he's excited about, but Tarn seemed excited after speaking with him almost a week and a bit ago now. So a little over a week ago, like 10 days ago, I spoke with him, and he seems to be pretty enthusiastic about what he's been working on recently, so that's good to hear. The problem that you found with Prison Architect is when their update that forced the user to get the Paradox launcher to install and accept the EULA. Ah, yes. And the other part, not sure if the mod for the game would be owned by Paradox or something like that. Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, I kind of don't... I'm less interested in playing games when they make me sign into their launcher. I'm immediately less interested in playing a game that makes me do that. It's actually part of the reason I haven't played more Humankind. Because of all of the drops and multi-level marketing stuff that they're doing within the game, where it's like, yeah, you have to sign up for this and sign up for that and do this and do that. And it's like, I really like the idea of Humankind, and I think that Humankind is a very neat little game, but it's not neat enough for me to be willing to have a Sega account and sign into the Sega account and link my everything with the Sega account and get all of the background stuff. And then it's like, the way they do religions and cultures, I think, is fascinating because you stack cultures on cultures on cultures, and every time you end up with a different set of bonuses, which makes it actually like a really neat 4X building wise, because every time you play, unless you do the exact same through line every time, which isn't even possible because someone else could claim your cultures before you get to them, does make it a very unique experience from playthrough to playthrough. But I just... nah. That's all I really have to say about that. It's going to be very exciting. I hope, more than anything, Ronakesh, I hope that people like it. And that's my actual concern is like, I mean, I like Dwarf Fortress, and Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortress to me. It doesn't really matter what the UI looks like. It's still going to be the same game under the hood, so I know I'll be fine with it, and I know I'll like it. And the UI looks more than usable, and that's all that really matters to me. But what I'm worried about is that people are going to have unrealistic expectations, because I've seen the problem of unrealistic expectations when going into Dwarf Fortress time and time and time again, right? Because, you know, people, they read Boat Murder, they watch Krug Smash, they read some of the other stories that people have written, and people who are good at Dwarf Fortress, who've been playing it for a bit, know how to look at what's going on in the game and create a narrative out of that and get entertainment. And I'm very worried that we're gonna have new players that are gonna jump into the game expecting the game to just spoon feed them that narrative, and it's not gonna do that, because in order to get that narrative out of Dwarf Fortress, you have to be looking at it. You have to be paying attention. You have to understand the mechanics. You have to look at their thoughts. You have to be watching closely. And I don't necessarily, alongside of the same people who are like, why can't I speed up and slow down time when they play Dwarf Fortress? I have a feeling that there's going to be some people that have unrealistic expectations for what the game itself actually is, and that has had me very concerned since the start. Well, I mean, the actual hard part about Dwarf Fortress is understanding the interactions between characters, right? And the UI being obtuse or straightforward doesn't change how complicated that is, right? So it doesn't matter how straightforward the UI is at all. If people don't figure it out on the get-go, then they're still gonna have a hard time. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to put an armor stand up here, and we're going to let the military train up there. I'm going to do that. And about the UI is that it could end up looking like an RPG Maker game when this was averted, thankfully. Yeah, no, I never felt that Dwarf Fortress would end up looking like an RPG Maker game. That wasn't a concern for me. All right, let's do a brief period. Oops, a brief period of time, just in the tavern for a little bit. Jimmy Tibby is haggard. Right, yeah. Jimmy Tibby got super depressed during the last session, so hopefully we can recover him. I'm kind of working on that. We made him into a bard, and he seems to really like being a bard. So hopefully that'll help. Also, he's just been reading a lot recently, which has been helping too. I mean, I don't hate it. I think I'm more just disappointed with it. Like it's kind of the same thing like RimWorld and their cannibalism bullshit, right? Do I hate it? Kind of. Does it like actually make me angry though? No, not really. It's like just because the game lets you do something doesn't mean that you should glorify it. But at the same time, you know, there's lots of people that play Dwarf Fortress of different intelligence levels and from different places, and who grew up differently and were raised with different ideals, who believe in different things. And because of that, what's acceptable, like I go into a stream, and there's a stream that I watch that has what I would describe as a very toxic chat, that say some pretty edgy, that are constantly posting edgy memes and are constantly saying edgy things. And I don't agree with what any of them say, but it's where they all came from. It's where they live. It's the way they talk. It's just kind of how they are. And if you look at that chat for a few seconds, it on the surface seems like a toxic nightmare. But if you spend a little bit of time there, they have their own logic and they're actually very accepting, and they're actually very nice people. But on the surface, it is a very negative impression. And I kind of feel the same way about the hate about the elves, just like I do with the cannibalism stuff, where it's like, if you spend a lot of time with those people, it's not that bad, but it can be overbearing and a terrible first impression if that's the first thing that you see, right? And I think that the Dwarf Fortress community has this wonderful opportunity to kind of push that stuff away a little bit and make it just about the storytelling. Kind of the way that Krug Smash does it, where like sometimes the elves are the bad guys, but sometimes the goblins are the bad guys, and sometimes the humans are the bad guys. And that's like the fun of it, right, is that you have variety. But the problem is like the thing that irks me is when I see people like just calling them knife ears and like slaughter them and all that stuff. It's like, nah, now you're just joking about genocide. That's a little odd. I'm not down for that. Like think Lord of the Rings, right? Like Gimli and Legolas, they were friends by the end of it, right? Like they got along. Like yeah, they had their differences and they argued, but like they got along by the end of it and they were okay. And I think that is the more interesting story to tell, Like they're completely different culturally, but can we get along? Can we coexist? Sometimes we can't, and in those cases you stab them in the face. But maybe that's just that faction and not all dwarves, right? Maybe it's just those elves and not all of the elves. And that's what's interesting to me about Dwarfworks. But I think too much about video games, and I think too much about video games politically, and I think I spend too much time staring at this shit, and I think it's like maybe I'm rubbing off on you guys a little bit because you guys also watch me, but what do I know? Rest us at the beginning of the party. You want to party martial art. All right, so you are going to join the Eternal Guard. And you know what? We'll just get the Eternal Guard training, but I'm going to figure out where I can train them. Like a story you heard about the elf dwarven king. I mean, it's like the story that I have about that goblin dwarven king. Like it was one of the coolest dwarven kings I've ever had. He had a fucking pet dragon by the end of that fort too. What's more dwarfy than that? I don't know. I just like everything else in Dwarf Fortress. It's all a method of telling stories, right? And if you're just telling the same story over and over and over and over, the dwarves embark, they settle, they build a little fort, they kill all of the elves, and then they drank ale until they died of old age and dug too deep and got eaten by demons. That's a boring story. Tell better stories. And that's why I want to be able to make peace with the faction. I want the tale of, like, we had a dwarven mayor that was sometimes cruel and very violent and didn't like people who lived differently. So we invaded the elves, and then that mayor got stabbed to death in one of the battles, and then the king came in, and the king was very accepting, so we stopped invading the elves, and we made peace, and that sort of stuff. Like, I would love to be able to tell those stories. Oh, absolutely. It's the best kind of pet dragon. Speaking of pet dragon, Jimmy is pondering very large numbers, or reading very large numbers, and is depressed. You know what? Actually, Jimmy, I'm going to take you off of being a performer. I'm going to put you onto scholar, because you're just, like, sitting here and reading, and you seem to love it. That is my biggest hope for the Steam version. I really hope that we get some more diplomacy mechanics. Well, I mean, imagine sending a diplomat off to the elves, right? And the elves are like, all right, we'll be at peace we can go to peace if you don't chop down trees for a whole year, don't chop down a single tree for a whole year, and send us this value worth of items. None of it can be made of wood. Or maybe, like, we'll send an inspector to your fortress to, like, oversee your fortress, and you send some of your dudes over to oversee our fortress. Like, you send some dwarves over to live with us, and we'll send some elves over to live with you, and it's like a coexistence thing. And then you get some elven citizens. Like, that could be neat. Like, I don't know. There's so many ways that they could do it that could be interesting. The problem is I have no idea how it would end up actually working. Any babies for you? You will know if there's a baby in the fortress. I literally stated earlier there are no babies that are not named because they get named instantly. And I don't save them and I don't take requests. So no, I don't have any babies for you, unfortunately. That's one of the weirdest sentences I will ever say out of context. But imagine being yeah. But yeah, no, Joe, I completely agree. We already almost have the functionality for it. If you go to the locations screen, like, we have messengers, right? Which would be really fucking cool if we could have that, but... no, that's all good. Yeah, I do not have any unnamed babies in the fort, because that'll get named immediately. I do have some merchants, but... Also, I'm kind of prioritizing people who haven't had them before, so... You've been lost in a power plant rebuild for 5 hours? What do you mean by power plant rebuild? Do you mean like the power went out and you've been waiting for them to bring the power back? Or are you, like, I'm confused. What's a power plant rebuild? Oh, okay. Well, welcome to the stream. Also, Sideways has grown up, I think. Where did Sideways go? Yep, Sideways has grown up. What are some things you like? You like Native Silver, Electrum, Cyclopia, the Color, Ivory Scepters, and Gloom Men for their macabre ways. The whip vines for their length, and the words of the number of glistening. You want to eat drink sandpear cider and quinoa flour. All right, you can't stand mosquitoes. Fucking mood. Let's do leatherworking, bone carving, clothes making. And we don't often do it, but pottery. Maybe gem cutting, armoring and blacksmithing, and basic doctoring stuff. Give you animal training because I need more of those. Masonry and mining. However, it was only the first 200. The first 250 turns to the combat. The combat is simple. The political plans you can do are kind of cool. However, streamlined version is way too simple. I mean, it is the demo, right? So after you've played through the demo, do you think that do you think it's something that would be interesting to watch? That's the question. Because if so, I might just buy it and try it tonight. I'm kind of tempted to do that. Absolutely not? Well. Because I still might just buy it and try. Trying to think, like, what are games that that would not normally be, not a lot happens? There's like 50. Which one are you referring to, Freeways? I mean, yeah, let's see, there's Overlord, Dungeon Keeper, Keeper RL, Evil Genius 2, obviously, technically RimWorld, kind of Dwarf Fortress, Legend of Keepers, Darkest Dungeon. No, I guess you're not really Darkest Dungeon. This is the game that Ram J Berry is talking about, though, which I'm thinking about just playing. It's like I kind of want to try it. It just looks neat. It just looks neat. Like games that look neat. You'll find it. Good luck. But what's the name of the game where you can be evil? It's like an evil overlord. It's like, yeah, there's lots of that. It's neat, but not a lot happens. The thing is, I don't need a lot to happen. I just need it to be neat. Also, how many turns was that, and how long did it take you to play those turns? Been what, like an hour and a half, I guess? How's our population doing? We're at 31, and we've been pretty stably at 31, but we have a couple of pretty depressed wars right now that I'm trying to fix, which I feel like we just had that happen. But also, Seeker is being fixed by being in prison, which I think is kind of great. How much longer do you have in prison, actually, Seeker? Another 9 days. All right. So Seeker's almost done in prison. And then Jimmy Tibby's also kind of depressed, but we managed to make Jimmy Tibby into a scholar who they seem to be very content about that. They seem to really like being a scholar. I'm kind of hoping that that does it for him. Friends go by quick. I mean, I'll put it this way: the way you're describing it, right, as like not a lot happens, but that's kind of how I would describe Conquest of Elysium to a degree, right? It's like kind of a weird game, sort of not a lot happens, but also it's just neat enough. You know what I mean? Like enough happens that I'm entertained by it, and I need more games like that, where it goes by pretty quick, not too difficult, and you know. But yeah, one of the games that I'm kind of planning on trying over December is Battle for West North. So, and that game's free. But, you know. And this dwarf's just been depressed for ages, but is still okay. See how the military's doing. Yeah, that seems good. Is neat? That is good. I'm glad it's neat. Yeah, I really like Conquest of Elysium. It's funny, the YouTube channel that I have is very torn on Conquest of Elysium. They either are super duper duper enthused with Conquest of Elysium when I upload it, or they're like, why'd you upload this again? And then I lose subscribers. It's kind of funny. They're either like, yay, more Conquest of Elysium, and they're like, oh god, more Conquest of Elysium. Yeah, I almost always lose at least one sub whenever I put up a Conquest of Elysium video. I mean, it's not always. You can select a race manually, but you can start as random if you want. In Conquest, you can do that. I don't like using the random function, though. I always pick someone to start as. Because I'm not a big fan of random starts for games, generally. Yeah, you click on the button that says random, you click on it, and then you can select a race from the list. But you have to click on it to do that. Was in awe after seeing a completely sublime container. On this one, speaking with his sibling. Interested watching a performance. You will try that next? Yeah, gotcha. I mean, playing as random is actually a pretty good way to just like learn, like meet some races that you haven't seen before, but your brain not meant to process strategy. No, you're more of a building factory and automations person, right? But yeah, one of the problems that I had with the first like handful of games of Conquest of Elysium that I played was just figuring out what is a button. Does that make sense? It's like, what are my options for buttons? Like, where can I click this? Yeah, my brain can't factory either. My brain doesn't want a factory, and when it makes me factory, then I just angry. So, but once you figure out what, because the fortunate thing about the UI for that game is there's also just not a lot of buttons. Relieved after being released from confinement. You're gonna go attend a meeting now. I'm just gonna keep an eye on this dwarf for a minute because I want to see if this dwarf goes and gets themselves worse off or better off by doing this. You know, like that's my problem with factory games. Random J Berry is like I'll play Factorio and I tried playing Factorio a couple times. I have like 35 hours in Factorio or something, and I felt the exact same way about Satisfactory. Is I'll start building a factory and I'll be like, cool, this seems fun, and I'll build a factory, build a factory, build a factory, build a factory, and then I'll realize, oh, I have to rebuild 2/3 of it because I just got an upgrade that like just changed this portion, so this is all now completely unoptimized. And then I quit. And I always make it to that point, and then I get to that point where you need to re-optimize or replan or restart, and I'm like, nope, don't want to do this. That's how I feel about factory games. And it's not that they're not fun. I always have a lot of fun with factory games for the first like 10 to 15 hours. But the second I get to that point where I start seeing my mistakes, I'm just like, this is too much effort. I want to do this. Versus like, what's funny though is I do like playing games where I see my mistakes and then I want to make changes. Like a perfectly good example is Caves of Cud or any other traditional roguelike where you make mistakes and you're like, oh, I see these mistakes. But then you have to go back and fix them. And I enjoy the process of going back and fixing them if it's a dungeon crawler where I can see my mistakes. But the second it's like, oh, you have to go back and fix these mistakes by rebuilding all of the work that you've done, I don't want to do it. Oh, I know. I know that there's other games that do that, but then there's also the problem of like conveyor belt optimization is like my least favorite form of progression. CCX. So when it's like I really like optimizing little dwarves, right? Because, or like little characters and colony builders because they just run around. If I have to like manually lay down it's the same reason I don't use like pathing routing in Dwarf Fortress. It's like I don't want to have to like give them specific routes. I don't enjoy that puzzle. Like it's the puzzle of conveyor belts I don't enjoy. And I've played a few conveyor belt games over the years, and every single one of them, it's like very quickly it just gets to a point where it's like I just want to get it done once, and then the second I look at it and I'm like I have to rebuild this, I just don't want to do it. Oh, Rune Arch, yeah, okay. I've had some people like randomly DM me about that game, like advocating for that game, but I've seen it a couple times and I was like, eh. You notice how I very rarely build minecarts, CCX? Minecarts are optional, though. Conveyor belts are not in factory games. Yeah, but Creeper World also, like, doesn't really... Creeper World is, like, not punishing in the slightest. I really like Creeper World, but it's not really a factory game. It's a different kind of game. It's very much a different kind of game. And honestly, like the reason I looked at the Forgotten Gods, that game that I've been talking about, that I stumbled upon earlier today. Grown attached to your steel spear. I mean, that's good. The reason I thought I noticed that game initially on Steam was it looked like Creeper World. It has the same kind of like production lines with icons moving along them. I like, ooh, I want to do that. Creeper World is fun though, because it's like the anti-RTS. Like it ticks all the little notches in my brain that I need to play an RTS game and feel good about it, without all of the baggage that makes me dislike streaming RTS games. Yeah, 2 new emotes. And technically we have another space for one. We need to do something like this. Something like that. Something like FGS Zombie. Although I don't want to just clone FGS Zombie, but we need a zombie dwarf. That's like the last one that I'm thinking we can really do. I don't know. I'm kind of like not out of ideas, but we need some sort of a zombie emote. Or a necromancer emote. Like Cryptmancer. Wait, what? You want abstract thinking real bad. Let's take you off of being a bard and put you onto being a scholar. I'm like just moving dwarves around trying to figure out what they want to do for their career right now. Career choices for dwarves. It's a difficult subject, okay? Is that what you're looking for? Or are you looking for something else? I'm looking for a key to help you understand what each symbol means. I don't think the DF wiki would even help with that because I'm using a custom tile set. Hold on, let me look for a second. There's this one, which is helpful. Like, I don't know how much this would help, but it's like, this is what all the different moods mean and what all the different, like, background symbols mean. But it doesn't help you with the, it doesn't help you with the, actually, you know what I could do? Hold on, I'm gonna make a new command. Exclamation point DF moods now links to that GIF. Also, I need to use the restroom. I will be back in a moment. BRB. Apologies. But BRB. I return. This last week is the most you've ever looked at the wiki. And why is that? Also, RimWorld being on sale is not that crazy. RimWorld has gone on sale ever since they started releasing paid DLCs. Also, none of the DLCs are on sale, so. I'm actually curious to see when people start talking about how expensive RimWorld actually is. Although they're about to hit 100,000 reviews, which is fucking incredible. Speaking of things being expensive, I wonder how much potatoes at. Potatoes at $74,521 raised for charity. Current streamer's at $2,500 out of his $2,000 goal, which is great. He's still got some time left too. The absolutely whack thing about the hot potato this year is Italics raised more money by himself than we raised the first year we did the fundraiser. Bonkers. Yeah, and they will in like 5 years, based on RimWorld's previous history. When I bought RimWorld, it was $15, random J. So, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to just turn this into a talk smack about RimWorld stream, because there is a charity marathon going on in the background that I'm helping run that is entirely based on RimWorld. So. I just do genuinely wish that they were more honest with things that they promised in the past. I know, I too like a lot of things about RimWorld, but I wish that RimWorld was better, I guess. Which I think is a fair thing to say. You're dejected after wearing old clothing. What are you wearing? Like, regardless, like, you know, I'm very much the kind of person where if I like something, I complain about it because I want it to be better, right? And I think I give RimWorld kind of an unfair piece about that. You've almost got the DLC. I don't have the most recent one. I kind of have no interest in ideology. Although ideally, I don't want to ever play that game again. And it's not that I think it's bad. It just doesn't quite feel right anymore for me to play that game. B-Lug attack. Hey, B-Lug. How goes B-Lug? How goes a day in the life of the lug? Speaking of B-Lug, we stumbled on this on Steam. Got a demo. We might need to try that. It might not jive, but it's one of those games where, like, I look at it and it's like, this has everything that I like in a video game. I might need to try it. Large numbers abridged. There's only one every 5 numbers. Also, B-Lug, the Hot Potato Charity Marathon is up to almost $75,000. 74,521. Fuck yeah. I was very concerned for the first half of that sentence and very happy after the second half of that sentence. Doing okay. My son got stabbed this morning. What? Followed by next one's in 8 weeks. Oh. Like, that was a roller coaster of emotions there. Jesus Christ, dude. But congrats on your son getting stabbed. Yeah, right, Jill? Like, it's... Oh, okay. Yeah, good. It's like I forget the kids like are only just getting their vaccines now. I keep forgetting about that. All right, we need to get some more dwarves into that squad. You want to practice some martial art. Get you into there too. Zindros. Because the fight the combat squad's a little bit lacking. You have good food, freeways, when you get back. Oh, game's saving. It is now summer. Which means once we're done trading with the humans, we can then get down into the basement and start digging again. Although, actually, I think maybe we'll... Actually, how many animals do we have? Maybe we can make some bone crafts. Do that and then trade, and then... Also need to check if the mayor wants anything. Greegath, what up? Nothing. Hope your Sunday's going well. Mine's been kind of quiet so far. I woke up, which was good. Optimal state for morning is to wake up. I ate breakfast. I had blueberries and peanuts and a piece of toast. I took a shower. That was amazing. It was like the highlight of my morning so far, and then I started my stream. It's all downhill from here. Nah, stream's been good so far today. Yeah, there was a couple of there was little things of blueberries in the grocery store, so I bought a box as a treat. It's like having breakfast candy. Let's slaughter. Oh, hey, Defcom has a pet peacock. And bone crafts. And Mayor didn't want nothing. Just wants cabinets not to be exported. Easy peasy. Let's also make some flour. I haven't done that in a while. I haven't seen any meals being made out of flour in a while, so... Don't know what to do with this room now that it's no longer my forge. It's just kind of like a bunch of shit just kind of strewn out everywhere. God, okay. Sorry about that. Surprise out of nowhere, random, no apparent reason yawn. Chat, bad news is we've dropped some subs since we started the stream. Good news is we're below 420 subs again, so we can have 420 subs twice in one day. that is the bad news and the good news. What's the neutral news? I'm streaming. That's pretty neutral news, I think. Chat, what's the good news and bad news? Curious what your good news and bad news for the day is. Oh, that's a very open, weird question, but... Blue Water, how are you doing post husband dying? Never remarried. It's kind of neat. In their fourth eldest daughter is in the military with them as a spear dwarf. So how old is 158? Oh god, some of these dwarves are really old. We're gonna go see Every Time I Die later today. That's the Every Time I Die 68 show, right? If so, I'm so fucking jealous, man. Please take pictures and post pictures. Good news, it's almost... Good news, it's not Monday yet. Bad news, it's almost Monday. Oh, also, Hobo, look at your badge. By the way. Right? You've moved beyond being a king and you now are hatless. But you have sunglasses. Dinner's almost ready. That's good news. Bad news is dinner will be finished soon. Ooh, rolls are good. You'll be bald again? Well, after a few more resubs, Hobo's gonna have a hat again. So, but that is the 4.5-year sub. So once he hits 5 years of being subscribed, he gets a hat again. I got some bad news, chat, and anybody who watches F1 will be sad. Maybe will be sad about this. Well, Krakenzieg has become a peasant. That's good news. But Sir Frank Williams passed away. Which is kind of sad, but he was also kind of a terrible person. So it's kind of sad because of how much he was in racing, but also I don't think he ever read his wife's book, and she kind of ran his teams for a very long time, and she passed away much longer ago. So that I think is the true tragedy. But Krakenzieg, what does this dwarf want to do with their life? Man, you are just annoyed and ambivalent. Constant state of internal rage. Well, I'm just going to put you into the military, but also we're going to give you mining, other jobs that siege engineering and mechanics. This is a very... We need this dwarf to feel something, because currently just doesn't feel anything. Well, let's see if the military can help you feel something. Oh well. Sad days. The greatest dinner rolls. Doesn't have pictures. Oh wait, no, it does have pictures. It just took them a second to load. Ooh, those do look good. Super soft and fluffy dinner rolls. I usually just buy dinner rolls because that's like the one like hole in my cooking and kitchen knowledge is baking. I know nothing about... Wait, chat, I want to I need to show this. This was posted on /rfunny, and it doesn't even need the caption. What the fuck? Isn't that just chess? Like, actually, isn't that just chess? My dudes, is that not chess? Evening, Stone, how are you? This would make a really good gag gift. I mean, I guess. Anyway. B-Luck, thanks for the 30 months. Welcome back. Now you can crypt Y like a boss. Stone, how are we doing today, though? It's good to see you. I hope that your pork was good. I don't, maybe it follows the story of the show, but like, yay, you feel something good. I think we might need to make new clothing for everybody. Maybe not. You made dinner rolls for Thanksgiving bread. Isn't that hard as it sounds? It just takes a while. Yeah, the problem is I live in a very small apartment with a very small kitchen, and I'm also like I have some health problems, which makes figuring out how to eat bread very difficult. So bread is kind of one of those things that I'm just like, I know it's not hard, and I can do it. Like I've baked bread before, but it's just easier to have like carbohydrate counts and shit. So I don't know. It's not that it's impossible. Like I can do it. Although the bread that I make the most when I do make bread is I make naan. I can make my own naan, which I like to make. I made naan a couple weeks ago, actually. That's the one kind of bread I do make, but generally I just kind of don't. But also, thanks for the follow, Huxley. Cheers. Welcome to the channel. How'd you find the stream, by the way? Did you come from the YouTube worlds, or did you come from elsewhere? I always wonder how new people stumble into the channel. Through Krug Smash on YouTube. Cheers. Krugs is good people. So I was the only person streaming on Twitch. You haven't missed any tributes today. So you have not missed any tributes. But yeah, that's that tends to be the case, Karokesh. And as I have the hiccups, that tends to be the case. There's a few others who do. I mean, like Captain Duck will stream occasionally, Nukriam will stream occasionally. RNG streams usually one day a week. Blue Zest streams sometimes if you like VTubers. There's a couple other like smaller channels that will stream pretty frequently too, but like I'm the one that frequently has more than 50 people watching. That streams more than once a week. And then sometimes Formal Blizzard will stream, sometimes Picture Point will stream. Drinking Industry is an entertaining thing. Sometimes Pythania will stream. Problem is like nobody's consistent. And for a while there was a few consistent people, but nobody is consistent as me. I've tried to convince Krug Smash to stream, but he doesn't really have the time, which I get. Let's bring all that stuff. Also, You sure the mayor has been reelected? Author Soljanek says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Cheese for everyone, naturally. Oh, also Quill 18 streams sometimes. How could I forget? I still can't believe somebody mistook me for Quill yesterday. That still blows my mind. Let's discuss what we were willing to offer you for your craft worship. MCDT will stream sometimes too. Yeah, I don't know. There's quite a few people who stream Dwarf Fortress, but they're all infrequent. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Sometimes on like an eventful day, we'll have like 5 or 6 channels all streaming at once. It'll usually be me with like 70 viewers, and then one with like 40, and then a few with like 10. Those are good days. We need more of those days. I mean, everybody loves a good disembowelment grave basement. Everybody loves that. Come on. Why do I need to give you permission to do that? Just do it, Huz. Just do it. Man, I opened up my email and I made a mistake, chat. Opening my email was a mistake. I have like 50 emails about how it's Cyber Monday, and I'm just deleting all of them. Get out of here. You will find a way. I don't even know how that's possible. You must be like capturing them in adventure mode and then like dropping them off or something. Emails about Cyber Monday. It's like Black Friday, but after. It's like Black Friday, but yo, let's do it again. Yo, do you want sales? Here's some fucking sales. I'm not a big fan. Huh. I mean, I've never even seen. I've seen stranglers in Legends and Adventures, but I've never seen stranglers in Fortress mode. So if you can even find a strangler in Fortress mode, I'll be impressed. If you can even find that, I'll be impressed. But then again, I don't use the Embark helper to like tell me what's where, so that's probably got a portion to do with it. It's the DF hack tool that tells you what animals are located on the embark when you embark. That's all it is. Man, I'm still kind of mad that Dwarf Fortress drama video got way more views than the interview I did with Tarn. Or people should watch the hour-long video I did with Tarn Adams and quit watching the frickin'... Yo, a dude got fired. But... we are. Oh, you don't use DFAC? Okay, well then you're just very persistent, I guess. Because that's what you need to be in order to find things like stranglers. The scout out an area? I gotcha. I've had to sneeze for the last, like, 30 seconds, and then I just yawned, and I don't know what my body wants from me now. It's not the way you like it? Yeah, see, once I've embarked, I embark and I commit. I still need to sneeze. It's not fun. Let's see how Krakenzieg's doing. Doesn't feel anything out there. Very good bedroom. Sad being out in the sunshine again. Interested after learning about Spirit. Well, at least you're getting some happy moods. Keyword here is some. Put a statue in your bedroom. Also, chat investments are open. Heads up. Do you abandon or retire, Oz? It's not chess. It's Queen's Gambit, the board game. It's like that's the reason it's not a meme. It's literally just a photograph of Queen's Gambit, the board game that apparently they made. Taylor B used to be rich. Check, and I get a big round of beers. For Taylor, who used to be rich. Hell yeah. Hell to the fucking yeah. Also, they're about to move over to the next streamer over on the Hot Potato, and they are currently at $75,000 and $75,080.42. Only $5,000 away from the $80,000 goal. And Adam versus Everything raised $3,000. Doing good work. Kalias needs real beer chat. All right, bringing tons of stuff into the depot. My trader's out busy. Haven. All in. Damn. Best of luck, Stone. How's things, Vin? We got 2 new emotes if you missed them. Crypt Peak and Crypt Zzz. Not being able to export cabinets is super easy. And here we go, moment of truth. Damn, Stone. And me. What is it? What is the odds? Both me and Stone win. What are the odds? I actually won twice in a row with 420. This never happens. The most tickets gain I've had in a very long time. Oh, totes. Diamond. Totes. Totally rigged. Absolutely. Cannot deny it. Mm-hmm. We're still in rich hours. This is true, Aqua. This is true. The thing that's flabbergasting me about the hot potato is it's actually at a point now where I can't fully comprehend the amount of money that's actually been raised, if that makes any sense. Like, I can't fully wrap my head around it. Like, $75,000 US is so much money that I personally can't even not believe it, but I can't really, I can't comprehend that amount of money. You know what I mean? Like, that is more money than my brain can logic itself around. Like, anything above like $30,000 is just like more than I can really comprehend, to be honest. It's a big pile of loonies. It's a lot of fucking loonies. Like I was saying earlier, Aqua, like, the first year the Hot Potato Charity Marathon happened, as a group, we raised $20,000. Italic's raised $20,000 by himself last night. He raised 25, in fact. Which is kind of bonkers. Kind of super bonkers. So, you know, that's insane. I mean, Jesus indeed, right? It's just wild. The accounting process will be interesting? What do you mean the accounting? I mean, it all just goes directly to the charity. We don't touch any of that money, so. It's not like we need to like figure out who to pay and where it goes. It just once it just goes directly through Tiltify straight to the charity. Like, we don't touch any of the money. We don't see any of the money. That would be dangerous. Fortunately, charity streams haven't been that way for a long time. They were at one point, and that was like in the dog days, and those days are far behind us, thankfully. Yeah, no, it goes straight through Tiltify. I mean, here's the link. If you just click that, you'll see who's currently streaming, as well as how much has been raised. Although, I need to move this. I'm just going to move this over in the background, because it's currently not showing the correct stream. I can make it show the correct stream. Done. But yeah, if you click on that link, it'll take you to the stream that is currently live, as well as everything else. Let's see if it works. Yeah, it did. So, like, Like it's absolutely bananas. Absolutely fucking bananas. So yeah, we don't have to do any accounting. Pilot. Oh no, Jimmy Tibby fell into depression. Man, you want Dwarf. I don't know what he's doing because I haven't looked at his incentives at all. But there are some people that are eating raw potatoes, yeah. The first year I did it, I ate like 13 chili peppers, I think. And I went and puked. That was an evening. It's funny, the first year we did it, Exeli ate a raw potato. And that caused some controversy of us like, isn't that like poisonous? And then like shortly after that year, everybody did a bunch of research to see if it actually is poisonous. And no, it's not poisonous as long as they're not green. And so now there's just like every year a bunch of people eat potatoes. I mean, like fucking what's his name? Hippo was like drinking soda out of a glass using a hot dog as a straw. He like put a hole through a hot dog and was drinking pop through a hot dog. So, you know, like, just prep a giant pot of mashed potatoes involved and still involves potatoes. I mean, yeah, but it's less like, for tip incentives, you want something funny, silly, or weird, or like stuff that makes people blink. Like when I do charity streams, like I do a different tile set as incentives, right? So, and then he took the hot dog pilot guy and he put it on a hot dog bun and put whipping cream on it and raisins and ate it. So he had that soda flavored hot dog thing on a bun with whipping cream. Hippo's an interesting person, I'll put it that way. You're no longer hungry? You're welcome. I've helped you keep up with your intermittent fasting diet that you're probably not doing. And then tries to rap. Yeah, I could. That. All right. Aqua. I mean, I watched Ben Prunty's annual charity stream, and he like remixes his music while he's drinking and like trying to juggle and stuff, which is always fun. Dwarf was amused remembering wearing old clothing. It's time that we make clothing. And then we'll get back to digging. That's 509. And there we go. Those dwarves be free to do other things. Nano Chip became a bone carver. Good. Get down here, chat. Almost there. Just hold, hold, hold. That, it. I quite liked Dwarf's gimmick during the hot potato this year because they have the mascot, right? The little hot potato character mascot, and the all of his incentives was add another mascot to the screen, which was just this. I fixed it. It's now Crypt Peak. It's spelled correctly. As FYI. But by the end of his stream, he just had like a dozen, like dozens of them on there. Like you could pay to remove one, you could pay to add one, you could pay to make them bigger or pay to make them smaller. Did Cooler send you Friday? I mean, Cooler spams them in my chat all the time. So, yeah, no, I do like it. It's a good emote. It's just such a happy looking face. That's all I can really say about it. Such a happy little face. I'll be honest, I actually thought it was a global emote for a bit there when Cooler initially started using it, because it kind of reminds me of some of the other global emotes Twitch has had in the past. But that's all of them. I really like Friday Puck. That's a good emote. Also, congrats on just getting Friday as your, what's it called? Prefix. I want to just have blind as mine so badly, but somebody else has it, and so I'll never get it, which is just sad forever. It's eternal sadness of my life. Just like I'll never get just like the username blind because that one person is sitting on it and will never give it up. And even if they did, there's another person who I know would buy it and they would outbid me for it, which makes me sad. Bloody branding. No, it's kind of funny. My dad came over last night, and him and my mom run a business, and he brought this book called ROI, which came from a private school marketing company, and he's just like, it's all about like building your brand and marketing and stuff. And he's like, have you ever like thought about like brand value and brand awareness and like the value of marketing your brand? And I read this whole like little, it's basically like a pamphlet, and I read the whole thing. I'm like, yeah, I know about all of this. I've known about this for years. And he goes, what? You're thinking about that sort of stuff in regards to your... And yeah, all the damn time. I have mascots, I have branding, I have keep up social media posts. It's bleh. Cooler's done all of my art, like all of it. So, except for the skulls. He didn't do the skull emotes, but he's done literally everything else. Worth their weight, definitely cares about branding. Yeah, unless your brand is not caring about branding, and I know a few of those. I do know a few of those. Chat's like, oh no, somebody new, and they'll just stop talking. Coffee. Branding can be fun. Branding is exhausting. It's exhausting. I mean, the only real branding I have is this. Well, that's not true. I've got lots of branding, but... I used to own Skull.Zone. I wonder if Dwarfy Things is available. Hold up. I need to go look at Google domains for a second. I wonder. I could buy something dwarfy for $17 a year. I wonder. So, can I just say, so I was curious, so I typed in DORF into Google Domains to see what was available. Dwarf.dance is available for $27 a year. What if it's just like a gif of like dwarves dancing in a circle, just on infinite repeat? Cheers, Friday. I'm just saying. Also, dwarf.fans is also legit. Dwarf.bar is available. I don't see a dwarf.party, sadly. There is dwarf.boats, which will... I know exactly what I would do with it, but I'm not spending the $50 a year for it. I looked up Longdeath. Longdie is available. D-I-E. You get longdie.org. You want to be a .org chat? Longdeath.video is available. Longdeath.earth is also available. Long demise. I need to stop looking at them domains. I'm going to end up spending money. Boats and dwarfs. Dwarf.boats is available. Navy. Maybe Navy. You should buy that one and just redirect it to your stream. Longdeath.tv. I just closed the thing because it's literally dwarf.boats. But hold on. Am I buying new domain? Am I buying a new domain? Is that what I'm doing today? Longdeath.tv is unavailable. Somebody owns longdeath.tv for some reason. No .tuvalu for me today, unfortunately. I wonder. Dwarfsnames.net exists. That is up for sale. Does anybody want to do something with dwarf names? Dwarvesnames.net. Same with the CA. I don't know. I already own all the domains I need. I have blindirl.com and stupidskull.com. So. When boats... Are there boats in DF? No. It would be exactly like... It'd be exactly like this website. Hold on, let me just find it and make sure that that's right. This website. Is it Christmas.com? No. Gravy Boats is taken. Oh, that's sad. Is Tarn.cat available? Because that should just be a picture of every single known picture of scamps. Fun fact, on Christmas, it does actually say, yes, we. When it is Christmas. On isitchristmas.com. Stone is now a peasant. Well, let's see how Stone's doing. He is 12 years old. He's embarrassed at the lack of dining tables, but I'm actually working on solving that issue. Incredibly calm. Look at that. Hasn't made an artifact yet, or if he did... Nose Torch is your last name, by the way, Stone, which I think is actually kind of great.
My chicken's doing a thing again.
Your chicken's doing a thing again? Presumably. Stone. Presumably. Cutest, what up? It's good to see you. Rest in peace, Sir Frank Williams. Also, hi. No. That's all I have to say to that last one. Diamond. Also, .xxx domains are expensive as hell. Just like .gaming or .games are very expensive URLs. But yeah, dwarf.boats is available for 54 Canadian dollars per year. You could get that if you want to make something stupid out of it. Because it's not that they're popular. It's the specific domains get expensive. Like I said, the .games domains are also quite expensive. Just purely because it's a more specific audience. So once it's a more specific audience, it rockets up in price. You could get craftsdwarfship.com for 17 CAD a year. Or .ca or .co.uk. Craftsdwarf's boat is available. Of course it's taken. Like, there's no way in hell dwarf.beer is not taken. I refuse to believe that dwarf.beer is not taken. I'm also in Canada, so that transfer rate checks out. So yeah, it would be, well, I mean, actually, never mind. If it's $12 a year and that's your register, then that's just your register. That might just be Google costing more. I use Google just to look for them, but if I'm actually gonna buy something, I don't usually go through Google. I start off looking at Google because Google has the most available or the most options, and then find whoever has it cheapest. Because usually they're like buying it from the other person. I mean, I originally bought stupidskill.com through Hover because it was half the price of Google, but I still manage it through Google though. Anyway, today got weird. We're currently in late summer of 346. Just chilling. And Navy, I hope you had a good Thanksgiving if you did anything. Animal is growing to become a baby unicorn. Stone is planting seeds. Yeah, you like your job, Stone. Accepting, remember being excellent. Remembering being nauseated by the sun. Orc due to inebriation, satisfied at work. Well, that's good. Speaking of pork bun, I could use a pork bun. Like, just eating a pork bun right now sounds great. I don't need no domains website called pork bun, but like, I could just use a pork bun. Yeah, I'll take 2, in fact. Dwarf.defi. You know, I have one tier 3 emote available, and I've been thinking about making a crypt O and just like getting Cooler to take like, you know, the little happy face ASCII dwarf and just put it onto like a fake crypto coin thing and then just make a crypt O for tier 3 subs. Feel like it would go alongside well with crypt sellout. Dwarf.wine is open. What are you going to whine about? Bumblebed is doing the things. How's Bumblebed doing? Just kind of keeping an eye on the younger kids in the fort. Seeker's also doing all right. Afraid after reliving experiencing trauma. Oh my god. So Seeker's doing all right. This is in here. Give me Tibby. Could be doing worse, but also could be doing better. But sideways. You're doing all right. Apparently Peter's depressed now. I could eat some meals. You want to acquire something? Self-pity, be away for family. Some meals. What do you want to eat? Passion fruit, wine, and paradise nut fruits. I don't even know what a paradise nut is. So that's great. I don't even know what that is. I have thousands of hours in this game. I don't even know what it is. You know, ironically, we made a Dwarf Fortress themed cryptocurrency. I feel like Tarn Adams should have the right to sue us. I'm just going to say that right now. As much as I would love to joke about it, I don't think that's a wise idea. I mean, like, I don't know if you guys remember this, but earlier this year, there was a very brief window where I was like, I should mint some NFTs. I should do that. And then I was like, you know what? I really fucking shouldn't do that. So I didn't. Like, I should do that. But, like, what if I just didn't? I mean, it would be called Dwarf coin. It wouldn't be a Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a specific coin. It'd be Dwarf coin. It'd be a separate coin. And the annual tributes from Basti Pame and Nulan Abo have arrived, following Ulsan Ukoktest. I do not know. I see. Here's the thing, right? I don't own. You know how like literally there was just like a rights scandal over Dwarf Fortress. It's like if I were to make Dwarf Fortress themed NFTs, like yeah, they would have the right to sue me. Hey, Mist Runner. You got a day off? Yay, you did. Well, happy Sunday. It's good that you're getting a day off for once. Yeah. Ah, large clear zircon. That'd be it. Clear, naturally, not white. But what I was joking about doing earlier this year was I was thinking about making a set of 20 NFTs that were a picture of me holding a t-shirt, but when you buy the NFT, you also get the t-shirt. So you get the physical t-shirt, you get the NFT of the t-shirt plus the blockchain code for the t-shirt, the picture of the t-shirt. But after like thinking about it, I was like, I don't want to be that bad of a person. Like I'm already a pretty bad person, and I acknowledge that, but I don't want to be that bad of a person. So I just kind of decided to not. There's a llama and a gander. Oh damn. Literally, yeah. I bought an NFT and all I got was a stupid T-shirt. That's literally was what the ideal was. But then I was like, you know, I don't want to be that bad of a person. And like I have a lot of problems with the way NFTs work right now, so better than those shitty looking monkeys. Dude, those shitty looking monkeys have made a lot of people a stupid amount of money. In fact, I know somebody through Twitch who made 61 Ethereum off of selling his monkey. His fucking stoner ass chimp. And he bought it for 2 Ethereum, so. I mean, money is a scam and pyramid scheme, so by that logic, sure. Oh boy. Yeah, the humans are moving real slow. No, I do believe that NFTs absolutely have a massive potential and a possible fascinating use, but it's kind of like any new technology. The initial use case is almost always going to be a bit contrived and pointless. You know, it's like electricity. It took us a while to realize that just like putting power in cables was a good idea. And Tesla was over there like shooting a lightning bolts everywhere. It took us a while to figure out how to use it correctly, but once we got there, right? And the same kind of goes for every piece of technology. We need to figure out how to properly use it and how to utilize it and how to keep it fair and even. But the current iteration of NFTs is just a little, I don't want to say tacky. That's the wrong word. Excessive, maybe? But we'll get there. They'll have their uses, and they will be very helpful in the future. Even just as an authenticator, they're extremely useful. Man, I am just under 1,500, just above 1,500 subscribers away from 10K. That was kind of my big goal for this year was 10K subscribers. I don't think I'm going to do it by the end of the year, but I want to hit 10,000 subs on YouTube so bad. This human is moving so fucking slow. You need 3 cabinets. Rock cab. I don't know. I like to think that I have a pretty nuanced set of opinions on NFTs, but Kind of impossible to be nuanced. Another lead cage. It's not. He's not even carrying a cage. I think he's just slow. Scratchy voice, slightly rounded, swinging eyes. I mean, he's extremely short. Doesn't say anything about strength, so. Walking really slowly, Stone? Yeah. You know, they're not exactly the Usain Bolts of this world, that's for sure. Are snailmen dressed as humans? They're just 3 snailmen in a human costume? 3 snailmen in a human suit? Sort of deal? Hey, little son, what's up? How are things? Do 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 do. Come on, you bloody slowpoke! Cash up here, catch up. Come on. And the dwarves have arrived to trade. Oh, that's what took them so long. There was a cage in there. It was a copper cage with a llama in it. I mean, okay, I forgive him now for walking so slowly. He was carrying a llama. I mean, he was carrying... I mean, I would be slow, too, if there was a llama in the cage. He was carrying a bag with some sand, a quiver, some berries, and a copper cage with a llama in it. So, depending on how big that... What, the books? Cutest? I mean, have you never heard Dune described as Game of Thrones in space before? You never heard that sandbag and a llama? Yeah, no, I don't blame him for going slowly now. Well, now you're learning why. I have to keep the llama safe? Okay. Why? There we go. I'll put the 2 llamas and the gander up there. I mean, so does the Matrix, so what's your point, cutest? Yes, Dune has orgies in it. So does Earth, believe it or not. I know it might seem strange, but shocking, even. People gonna be people, regardless of what planet they on. Someday there will be an orgy on Mars, if we survive. Yeah, Matrix 2. There's definitely an orgy in Matrix 2. Already forgot about that? To be totally fair, most people forgot about the second Matrix movie. Matrix the 2 had an orgasm cake in it, too. There's, like, a sequence where a lady just, like, takes a bite out of a cake and just gets, like, the most orgasm face immediately. It's a strange film. I love it, but it's a strange film. Yeah, the conga line of love. I mean, just look in the background of that whole, like, party sequence. There's multiple orgies happening in the background of that film. If this VOD doesn't get demonetized, then I don't know what will. Okay, well, just pay more attention during that sequence, then. The next time you watch that movie. If you ever watch that movie again. Cutest. I love every single Matrix film. Random J. Berry. The first one is probably one of the best 90s science fiction films ever made. Just period. Like, the Matrix one is in the top 10 best films of all time. If I had to put money on it, I would state that. I genuinely believe it is one of the greatest films ever made. Matrix 2 has some of the best practical effects combat choreography in film, just period, but it's not a very good movie. And the third one is a glorious mess. But they're all good for different reasons, and even as weird as they got by the third one, it's still not a bad movie. Like, it's a little bit boring in spots, and the fight scene at the end is kind of silly. Like, it practically turns into StarCraft by the end of it. Like, there's, like, dudes in massive mech suits just, like, gunning down, like, walls of weird CG aliens, but, like, or CG, like, robots, but, like, they're all good movies for different reasons. Yeah, no, exactly. The first one is just an excellent science fiction action movie with an incredible twist. The second one is an excellent action film with a kind of a nonsensical story, but if you watched the first one and liked the first one, you'll at the very least enjoy the action in the second one. Because, like, people don't remember, but they built 5 kilometers of highway for that movie. They constructed a 5-kilometer highway in the middle of fuck nowhere for that movie. And it shows. The whole sequence where they're doing that car chase, it is incredible. Like, there's people, like, jumping from car to car, and, like, the fact that it was made in a time when it was almost entirely practical effects is incredible. So I don't know. Like, those movies are all good. And I think people kind of don't give them their credit these days. Nil says, I'm Relazing from Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. We've updated your maps. What request do you have of our merchants? Geez. So, the highway scenes, the nightclub scene, when like that scene when they're discussing with the other team in the Matrix 2, and then they all pull out guns and they're all just pointing guns at each other, and everybody's got like 2 guns to their head minimum, and they're just like, either we make a deal or we all die right here, right now. like there's so many like great scenes that are just parodied and quoted in a billion other things that are just fantastic. Regardless of what you think of the second one, it was super influential. Same with the third one. And then I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. And then there's the Animatrix, which is another couple can of worms. But I would very much recommend watching the first Matrix. Very much. Like, and it's on Netflix. It's super easy to find. I would heavily recommend watching the first Matrix. Speaking of Matrix, Matrix 2 in like less than 30 days. Or Matrix 4 in less than 30 days. I can't wait. I'm going to have to like get a VPN or something to watch that movie, but I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to see that movie. I wish they did more with practical effects and crazy sets these days. Yeah, I mean, the one thing I know about The Matrix 4 is worst case scenario, it's just a good action movie. Best case scenario, it's the rebirth of the franchise, and I hope that it makes good. But yeah, I don't know. You were rewatching it a month ago? Oh, really, Cutest? Because of the fourth one, or just cause? I rewatched all three of the Matrix films at the beginning of the pandemic, and I think I might do that again. All right, just cause, yeah. Are you planning to watch the fourth one, Cutest? I mean, they've made fully CG movies. It's called Beowulf. We all know how well that turned out. By that, I mean it didn't. Right, let's trade with these dwarves. Got a lot of crappy clothing to sell. Lots of them. Sigil. Lots and lots of unicorn steaks. We've had unicorn steaks for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. We've been breeding unicorn and cattle. We've got also sometimes goats and llamas. Currently, it's just unicorns and cattle, though. Speaking of not paying attention. Okay, nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy yet. Checking the hot potato. Unicorn steak? Unicorn steak sounds like something that like those microwave steaks would rebrand to. It's like, oh, it's a steak-shaped meat product, and we call it unicorn steak to make it sound fancy. So you're keeping your hopes low? Like I said before, Cutest, I think that Matrix 4, worst case scenario, will just be an excellent action movie. Because say what you will about the Wachowskis, they know how to direct an action film. Jupiter Ascending is a terrible movie with some great action sequences. So, like, I have no concern about Lana Wachowski directing a good action film. No concerns about that. My concern is the rest of it. But fingers crossed. They do have enough of the minds back and enough of the people who worked on the first three to working on it that I do hope that it'll be good. Besides, I get to see a movie with like Neo and Trinity in it again, and I'm happy about that alone. For sure be entertaining. If it will be meaningful, that's a different. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. No idea. It's hard to say. That is hard to say. I agree. Also, we're only 2 subscribers away from 420. We were at 420 earlier today for a bit, and then we dropped down. Creeping back up. Got 2 primes. Just saying. Creeping back up. Jimmy Tibby the scholar is stumbling around obliviously. That sucks, man. You can't go completely nuts, though, so we'll always snap out of it. Although an insane scholar is, you know, not too far off. It's a thing that happens in reality. I have to do roll call for hot potato in an hour and a half, I think. Just staring at this schedule right now. Yeah, roughly that. Looks like Billy is doing... Yeah, Lanarama starts at 2, so about 30 minutes I have to do roll call. About 30 minutes I have to do roll call. Noted. Okay. I mean, it's made of green glass. It's just green glass blocks, right? The thing is, like, gem windows are not magma safe, and I didn't really want to make windows because there's a chance someone could have broken them. So I just kind of didn't do it. It's too easy for them to get toppled, and then if they got toppled, it would have been a huge pain in the ass to fix it. So I just say that it is glowing. In my mind, it is glowing. Which is good enough for me, damn it. It's good enough for me. A whoopsie daisy. Yeah. I mean, I haven't had anybody fall into it yet, which I think is kind of disappointing. I've had a few people tantrum and like break the windows at the top because the top of it up here, this is surrounded by gem windows, red gem windows made of sards. And I kind of was hoping, and I've had people break these windows a couple of times and like jump over the edge and hang and then jump back up, but I've never had anybody break a window and then fall in. And maybe I'm a bad person for kind of saying that I kind of wish that that would happen, but also I wouldn't mind. I think that would be very funny. And a good win, little son. Rip me. Rip my dreams. This was jumps through gem window. This was a bad idea. Hang in there, Peter. Got some lower caverns to work on next. After we're done this trading, we're gonna go back to doing small, local, controlled cave-ins. Hopefully without killing anybody. God. Can I stop yawning, please? Slept well last night, too. Also, chat, tomorrow there won't be any RTS Monday because Evil Trick is still without internet as of last time I checked. So there won't be any RTS Monday, but there will be a hot potato finale. That'll be happening. So probably have a couple of Halcyon members on it. And I'll probably be playing some Halo on the Halcyon Frequency Discord. So that's kind of what's going on tomorrow. But hopefully we'll be able to get back to RTS Mondays by next week because Evil Trick's getting a technician in to hopefully fix his internet tomorrow. Hoping he can get that done. I don't exactly know how we're going to do RTS Mondays once December rolls around and I'm streaming every single day. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do is just start my stream up right as we finish, and then I'll just go do my own thing afterwards. That, or like I'll start right, or I'll just stream it too. I don't know. I'll figure it out though. Yeah, Peter should be okay. You're not too far gone. Jimmy's the one that I'm currently worried about. Jimmy is pretty far gone. Let's just head down here and start caving stuff in again. Let's start getting things caved in. And then these all need to be deconstructed. I need to close this Google Domains window before I accidentally buy another domain, because I really don't need more domains in my life. Chat, I got a question for you guys. Since Kitfox has ended Meph's contract, do you guys hope that they hire somebody else from the community, or do you guys hope that they go for a third-party artist, somebody who's not connected to Dwarf Fortress? I kind of hope that they just go for an artist who isn't connected to Dwarf Fortress. I don't think it's necessary for stuff to be associated necessarily. The people working on it don't need to be like longtime members of the community. I think they just need to hire a good pixel artist and just get it done. Just look at portfolios and find somebody who's professional and just finish it. I have a feeling they're going to hire somebody else from the community, but personally, I would prefer that they just hire somebody professional. Unless, like, the person from the community is somebody who's professional, but I get the feeling that that's not super likely. Because, like, that was always my biggest question mark about the Steam version of DF initially, was why don't they just go in a completely different direction with who they're hiring? It always kind of weirded me out a little bit that they were just hiring community members. Not that, like, you know, I assumed that they would do the wrong thing. It's just the thing that I think Dwarf Fortress needs is professionalism. I guess so, little son. I don't know. I want to see the Steam version of DF come out this year, and I want to see it get done. And I think that there's a lot of very talented pixel artists out there that don't necessarily need to be a member of the community. I want it to get done so we can hear about Villains Part 2. That's something that I'm really curious to see what's going to happen is, like, you know, the chats that I do with Tarn Adams are some of the most popular things I do on my YouTube channel, right? And boats. I mean, those are a ways off. There's some of the most popular things that I do with him, right? I'm really curious to see what interest in those post the release of the Steam version looks like. I really want to know if it's going to be like the same number of people tuning in for those, or if it's going to be lower or higher. Because if he keeps doing those with me, it's going to be really interesting to see what they look like in like 2 or 3 years, you know? Like right now, you know, when I do them, there's usually like, you know, 200-ish people tune in live, and then they get about 15 to 20,000 views. There's artists that work only on DF. I think most of the hobbyist artists who work on DF work on other things as well. But yeah, I don't disagree. I do not disagree. I need a lever so that we can cave this in. Getting back to safety cave-ins. Excuse me. But regardless, I don't know. We need an outsider's imagination? I mean, I don't know about that. The problem is the project is too far along for that. Like, the place for that would have been at the beginning of the project. Right now, they just need efficiency. They don't need an outsider's imagination. They need efficiency, and they need to finish the project. An outsider's imagination at this point would just slow shit down, which isn't what they need. They don't need to be slowed down, right? They don't need, like, they already have a lead artist. They need just someone to do variations. Like, it's not like they're redoing the whole tile set, right? They're redoing some of it, allegedly, but the rest of it is like, it's just a matter of getting all the sprites done, because there's, from what I can tell, so fucking many. I'm kind of the opinion, though, that once it's out, I want to try and find a way to fund Cooler to draw a custom tile set for it, so that we can have one that's themed after our emotes, because I just think that would be awesome. Could you imagine that? It's like having little crypt blanks running around. The problem is we'll need so many variations and so many sprites it'll actually take a while. Like, it's like Steam version releases 4 years later. My mod releases that I paid Cooler to make. And that might not even be an exaggeration. That might be like kind of a realistic expectation there. It'll be expensive. It'll be like the Carbot, like, StarCraft pack that released, like, years after they announced it. Mods are going to be insane. I mean, they already are. The problem right now is just nobody notices. Like, the mods for Dwarf Fortress already are insane. But people just don't realize how insane they are because they're hidden on the forums. We know how many sprites? No. But we know that there was like 1,200 weapons sprites. I don't think it's that cool. It's kind of unimaginative, to be honest, Freeways, but even more. I mean, we don't know that necessarily. I mean, hopefully. I mean, I want to see things like the Long Night mod get its own tile set, you know? Which I always want to call the Long Dark. I always want to call it the Long Dark mod. Wait, no, that's not what it is. The Long Night mod. I want to see the Star Wars mod get its own tile set. And immediately get it taken down by Disney. Jimmy, your dwarf's gone kind of bonkers, and I'm trying to fix him, and it's not working. Also, hi, Jimmy. What's up, dude? And Costlord. Hello as well. I love the Long Dark. Yeah! Wait, wrong Long Dark. I'm more of a short dark guy, I'm not gonna lie. What about medium dark? That's just like early afternoon instead of late afternoon, so I'm for it. You know, I've heard people joking about that. It's like, you know, the first mod that's going to exist in the Steam version is just a RimWorld mod. It's like, even the RimWorld mod would need so many more character variations to actually have everything. That's the thing. It's like, even like for just dwarves, there's hundreds of possible combinations. I mean, you know what I do, Oz? I butcher animals constantly and then dump everything, including the meat, into the compactor, purely because I have no use for it because I have too much food. So, is it cruel? Yes. Is it a waste? Yes. Does it matter in Dwarf Fortress? No, not really. But why are you doing that? Why don't you just trade it and slaughter it? Oz? Tame it enough so that they can lead it out of the cage and then slaughter it. Too freaking many. Touche. Although you don't actually need to throw the cage, you can... and the swords. I got invaded by elves once that were riding giant undead ravens. They were truly terrifying. Alright. This gonna be fun. Let's do a small cave in chat. Now we just need to wait for a dwarf to come and pull the lever. Probably you. Looks like it. And donk. Check that out. Hell yeah. Not bad. Cave in. Uh-oh. I have this standing. Or floating in midair. Did you know that you could have granite pillars on granite pillars? Holy shit. You could have multi-layered pillars? Or is this a bug? Because there's a pillar here, right? One layer above that, there's another pillar. I just learned something. You can have multi-layered pillars. And chat confirms. Okay. Well. That's, pillar me timbers. Now I want to build a yeah, exactly. I want to build a massive Greek temple. Huh. Interesting. Well then. Weird. I had no idea. I had zero fucking clue. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them, but I want to see what happens when I cave them in, though. I'm attaching a mechanism to the bottom one. We're gonna have to try building something like that. I'm just like imagining different trap combinations now. Like, what if you did like a layer of pillars, a layer of flooring, and then another layer of pillars, and then a layer of flooring, and then another layer of pillars, and then a layer of flooring, and you connected all of the bottom layer of pillars to a lever, and all of the middle ones to a different lever, and all of the top ones to a different lever, and you pull the bottom, it'll cave in the flooring. Does it all just go thunk down by a level, or does the whole thing collapse? I need to know. Because, like, if it doesn't, then you could have, like, a multi-stage defensive structure where it goes thunk, crushes half the raid. The rest of them walk in, thunk, crushes the rest of the raid. Next walks in, thunk, crushes the rest of the raid. Yeah, it probably would cave it all in at once, but like I don't know for certain. Considering like this upper pillar that had flooring above it landed. I mean, the floor might collapse, but the pillars might not, because like this pillar was underneath a floor that I just caved in and landed on top of this pillar. It just like is now just there. Like if I cave this in right now, yeah, there is flooring in between them. There's one floor tile above them, so it did keep the floor. How much does that cave in? Okay, so never mind. It caved both of them in at the same time. So no, it wouldn't work. Freeways is correct. It would just cave them all in. Bummer. Oh well. Still neat though. Still neat. Let's keep working on this layer. But yeah, no, I just learned something about Dwarf Fortress, I guess. I had zero clue that you could, like, do that. Attach it to the ceiling? What do you mean attach it to the ceiling? Attach what to the ceiling? No, but how? Because, like, dwarves don't attach things to ceilings. And it disintegrates the pillar when you deconstruct it, so I don't know. Like, yeah, that's not possible. I'm shocked that didn't cause that dwarf to fall. Cucumber became a child. Oh well, whatever. Doesn't matter. It wouldn't work the way I wanted it to work, so. And I already know that just by that little micro test, so. I now know the result. It wouldn't work. Unfortunate. Oh well. Can't have everything. It's a dwarf named Cucumber. I said cucumber has grown, not a cucumber has grown. A cucumber growing into a child would be a little bit strange. Be like that, that Mythbusters episode about bamboo growing through a person. Pretty sure that Larry the Cucumber is not a playable species in Dwarf Fortress. As much as it should be. Quick, somebody make a VeggieTales mod for Dwarf Fort. Just get on that, chat. Not yet. Not if I have anything to say about it. We just need sentient plants in Dwarf Fortress. That's all I'm actually asking for. Gotta play Caves of Cud for sentient plants right now, though. Remember, chat, Caves of Cud's price is going up by $5 in January, so if you want Caves of Cud, buy it right now, because it's cheaper right now than it probably will be for a very, 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 very long time. Peters also seems to be getting a little bit less upset. This is good. Chad, are you guys looking forward to Christmas? It's kind of Kiri bait right there, but Kiri's not in the chat, so. Outside of obviously looking forward to me streaming for 24 days in a row, but technically 25 because I will be streaming on the 30th, but. With the semi, Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not a big Christmas person to begin with. But I think this year more than normal, I'm not particularly excited. Like, even with my normal grumpy, Christmas kind of feelings already, I'm like even less enthusiastic about it this year. You have a bunch of exams. That's just awful, dude. We'll simply maintain the thing that I always maintain, which is, well, homework should be illegal. Also, I have more subscribers than I did at this time last month, but I'm making $85 less off of subscribers this month. Neat. Well, you know what truly is neat?
So, I guess this is a thing.
Is your head cold? Audio? I like that my bot doesn't have the new badge yet, because it's like a couple months behind. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 54th month. It's 4.5 fucking years and you get the new badge. Like, geez, dude. No, it's fine, audio. It's just more of a weird visualization to look at it.
Chicken is doing a thing again.
Is it really doing a thing again? I thought it was doing a thing again an hour or two ago. Is it still doing a thing? Well, you should check in on that chicken, because that chicken might not be chickening properly. And winter is upon us. But thank you very much for the tier 3 for 15 months at the reduced price for your region. And audio, thank you very much for, supporting the stream as you do. Cheers, man. Anybody else got a resub? We could get like a resub train going. But cheers, guys. That's 2 tier 3s back to back. Hey, at least we got to play some Halo the other day. That was fun, dude. That was fun. Your house decided to give you the middle finger again? Houses do that. Houses do that. For not doing something before it got cold? What happened to your house? What's your house doing now that it's got a cold? Does it have a sniffle? Does it need a hanky? I don't know why I'm going down this route, but... Uh-oh. Just give the house some NyQuil, it'll be fine. Might be a little bit irritable right now, but it'll be fine in the morning. But yeah, no, that sucks. Cutest gifted a sub to Sigil. Just need somebody to anonymously cheer or somebody else to resub. Thank you very much, Cutest. Gifting out a sub. Cheers. Pipe for sprinklers first. Ooh, and the basement has has to have the floor removed now and treated for mold. A new floor. Oh boy. Yeah, that's expensive. Don't do anything involving resubbing with VPNs, Lilo-san, because Twitch will shadow ban you from being allowed to purchase. I know a person who did that. So, do not do that. Twitch has done that in the past for people who were getting ads for bits, and they also do that if you resub in the incorrect region and then resub in the right region. If that's something that you start doing, Twitch is not that stupid, and yes, they will suspend your ability to resub. Also, thanks Anonymous for the $1 and the 10 measly bits. And the statue was toppled by Arch. This is one of the dwarfs that's been a little bit upset recently. Moody dwarves are impossible to avoid. Hopefully somebody saw it. I don't know if they did, though. Doesn't look like they did. It's already on level 3. See? Easy emotes, guys. Cheers. Big thanks. First type train in the past few days. So yeah, I wouldn't tell people to joke about doing that, Lilo Sun, because it'll just get you shadow banned from resubbing to people on Twitch. Yeah, I know you were talking about that. It was fucking amazing. I watched, while you were at that musical, I watched Italix raise $25,000 for charity. Yeah, I know. And they're also not called French fries outside of, like, US and Canada. They're called chips. So, it's like a North American name for them. I'm more surprised that you didn't know that until recently, allegedly, as you're suggesting. That's the thing that actually surprises me. Unless you're trying to make a dad joke out of that. I mean, in my opinion, you sub for ad-free viewing, Little Son. I mean, there's examples of ancient humans making French fries out of potatoes. Like, there are pictures and drawings of ancient Greeks essentially making potato chips or French fries, cooked in greases. So, you're kind of not wrong. It's one of those weird things where you go digging for it, and it very much exists. It much very do exist. But thanks for the gifts and the resubs, guys. You guys have been kind of incredible this month. But how's things banned? Yeah, I can't. I'm trying to think. What was the last musical I saw, audio? It's been a while. I'm not really much of a musical person in general. Like, not really the kind. Like, I think I've seen operas more recently than musicals. I mean, people have been making French fry-ish foodstuffs as long as we've really had potatoes. So it's one of those things where it's like, who first made the sandwich? Oh, was it the Earl of Sandwich? I doubt it. Well, you shouldn't see any ads on my stream because you're subscribed. But if I'm not subscribed to channels, I either see a pre-roll every time, or ads every 15 minutes if people turn that feature on, and it makes me really sad when people turn that feature on because it genuinely ruins streams for me. But, like, so I just basically only watch channels I'm sub to these days unless they only have pre-rolls. If they only have pre-rolls, then I'm happy, but, like, I know a lot of people don't mind them, but that's not why I watch streams. I watch streams for conversations and being able to talk to the streamer. And if every 15 minutes, halfway in the middle of an anecdote or a statement, I have to sit through a minute of ads and I miss a whole bunch of talking, just sucks. And, like, hey, we're back up to 420 subs. Yay! When I'm when I'm like trying to talk or have a conversation, it really sucks when an ad breaks that, which is why I turned off the automated ads on my channel. I tried them for 2 days and I went from making about 80 cents a day in ads to making about $1.50 a day in ads, and I'm like, you know what? It's not worth the extra money. Chat, thanks for the hype train and the emotes. Cheers, guys. I don't know what that emote is. Not great, but cheers. 3 subs on the dollar. That one's pretty good audio. I like this one. That's my favorite. But yeah, I have ad-free viewing turned on for my subs. And allegedly, Twitch has made a change relatively recently where there are certain ads that show up for subs regardless, which I think is ridiculous. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. Like, if I turn on ad-free viewing, you guys should never see an ad. Just period. I do not want you guys to ever see ads, period. You get ads regardless? That's fucked up, dude. That's so fucked up. Yeah, I don't know. I can't stand that. I realize that, like, members of my team make a lot of money on ads, but, you know, I guess sort of like I respect games more that just sell a game and maybe do one big expansion pack and then a bunch of updates. So much more than I respect games that charge less for the game and then put out a ton of DLC. I respect games that do that less. I guess it's kind of the same thing with streams. It's like, if you are managed to be fully funded through subscriptions, Patreon, and maybe the occasional sponsorship, that's the ideal way to do it. Instead of just cramming ads into people's faces. It's like, if I get offered like on-screen ad opportunities relatively frequently, where people will be like, "Yo, we'll sponsor you to do a thing, but you have to put an ad on your stream," and I'm like, "Yeah, nah." And the main reason for that is some of the VODs on my YouTube channel get a lot of views. I want them to pay me for those too, and that really sucks. It's like, if I'm getting paid like to put an ad on let's say they pay me $10 a day to put an ad on my stream, right? If I have that ad on my stream, I want them to also pay me for the YouTube video because I also put them up on YouTube. But, all right, Sweetie did get the one vandalism charge. Let's see what crime you get. Arch, there you are. Just a beating, that sucks. No, I always tell people to like turn off their ad block for Twitch. Glad, Alex. I always tell people to do that. Oh, do they still do those, Athros? There was a bit. Twitch put me in the beta for that, which I didn't ask to be put into. They just put me into the beta for that. Well, this child is still making an artifact. They put me into the beta of that without me asking to be put in the beta. They just put me in the beta. And I got a notification on my dashboard every 30 minutes for about 2 months telling me to click a button and play those multiplayer ads, which is what they're called. And I never actually did it. I mean, there's ways to do it tastefully, for sure, but a lot of the opportunities that I get are not small. Like, it's a rather big logo. Yeah. Can we, like, not have this subject? That is one of my least favorite subjects to discuss because it's technology that does not exist. Banned for life. And also, you have a good night, cutest. Cheers. But no, it's, wait, what are the multiplayer ads? It's a overlay that pops up over your stream, and it's usually like a combined set of surveys, and they last about a minute, and then the streamer gets paid out in anonymous bits. It's kind of stupid. It's just like advertisements with extra steps. Essentially. And I personally don't like advertisements with extra steps. And you know, honestly, my take on like sponsorships and ads and stuff like that would probably be different if I made a lot of money doing them. Like if I made $500 a month off of ad revenue through Twitch, I'd probably feel differently about it. But at the same time, I would rather you guys have a better experience watching my like I started watching a streamer who I haven't seen in a very, very, very long time, who recently restarted streaming again. You know, and he had like 600-700 people watching. And he had a 30-second ad playing like every 30 minutes. No, sorry, every 15 minutes he had a 30-second ad that would play. Which, in the grand scheme of things, in an hour, that's not a lot of advertisements. But his entire stream is like stream of consciousness, constant dialogue and jokes and like repeated humor and just in-jokes and memeing back and forth to chat. Like that is his whole stream. That is why it's entertaining. And it's ruined by the fact that every 15 minutes everybody gets stuck in an ad and chat like dies. Because half of his chat aren't subbed, and it just sucks. It's just not pleasant. I get it, like, it's also kind of an incentive to subscribe then, but also the incentive to subscribe should be that the stream is of quality, I suppose. But I do genuinely believe that we on this channel are rather unique in this, and I am rather unique in this. Especially when it comes to the majority of streamers, most streamers would take more ads and not charge their audience anything. Yeah, pretty much, Random J Berry. Pretty much. But, you know, I'm also in the fortunate position where I have psychotic, crazy people like Orange and What Kind of Name is Rory and Animal and Stoned Hobo who just kind of, and the Eggman and Audio Coaster and people who like fund this channel at tier 3 or on Patreon or throw random large amounts of money at me that keep me here and funded, right? So, stream only ads? Now that's the actual end game, man. I mean, you know, you joke that, Haas, but there's a lot of channels on Twitch that have ad placements all over their stream, ads beneath the stream in panel sponsorships, and most of the games that they stream are sponsored games that they're getting paid by the developer for at least a portion of their stream to stream that game. So, you know, you joke about that, Haas, but their legit art that's a large portion of like the higher end of Twitch. Like that's how you make money, is almost every game you play is sponsored in some format, and or at the very least you have multiple affiliate links. And Endgame, everything is you're getting paid basically hourly to stream it. Where'd that child go? Scamming another piece of wood. My God, that's just cable TV. I mean, that's large portions of Twitch these days, right? Like, I'm not gonna name drop anybody, but like, if you go through some of the bigger channels, like you'll find them, you know. And some of them like will have sponsored segments every like 30 minutes, but like the benefit of streams like that is, if they have enough viewers, which usually they do in those cases, then they don't need to ask for money ever, right? Like I end up in situations where I'll have to be like, all right, guys, like let's get a hype train going, and like I'll have to kind of push you guys to throw money at me sometimes. Like this month has been, I'm extremely fucking fortunate. Like Orange and Navy and everybody just kind of completely broke my ability to think this month. But that's not normal, you know. And most months, like, there will be a point in the month where I have to kind of like coax people into throwing money at me, so that I can stay funded. So it's like, I guess it depends on like, where do you want your stresses to come from? Do you want your stresses to come from people getting annoyed over ads, or do you want your stresses to come from having to keep the channel funded? Like, I don't know. 30 minutes of ads? What country do you live in that you have TV like that? Here it's like it's 2 minutes of ads per 22 minutes of television. 2 minutes of ads per 22 minutes of television. I mean, I've been listening to FM radio quite a bit recently because I finished rebuilding my FM antenna, and I have it goes all the way up the wall and all the way along the ceiling of my apartment, so I have very clear FM signal, and I love it. But I've been listening to the CBC, and the CBC FM radio. They have 4 stations. They have 2 AM stations, which are both talk radio, and 2 FM stations, which are both music. One of them is Canadian independent music, and then the other one is Canadian independent contemporary jazz and classical. And I usually listen to the contemporary jazz and classical station. It has no ads because it's funded by the country, and it has nonstop music with like maybe a minute of like introductions. And I've pre-ordered 2 LPs through it because I really, really liked the artists. And there's no ads in that. So, and those are the radio stations I listen to, are the ones that are community funded. There's also Vancouver indie rock independent music station, which has no ads because it's crowdfunded. There's KEXP, which I can get, and they're also crowdfunded and there's no ads. It's like all of the radio stations I listen to are like that as well, and it's like, that shit's awesome. See, Render knows what's up. Render knows what's up. I mean, I own 2 Delvon Lamar albums because of KEXP. So, KEXP is great. Still going on. You would expect that it would be digital only by now. The thing is, not all cars have internet yet. Don Caribou has grown to become a peasant, meaning Don Caribou can now get some jobs. Not all cars have internet yet. I think once we end up in a world where all cars have internet, that might happen. But there's a certain level of freedom that you get with, there's a certain level of freedom that you get through being on FM that you don't get being on the internet. Because if you're on like Sirius XM, suddenly you're a subscription service, right? If you're on podcasting services, you have to abide by Apple's terms of service, right? If you're just on the radio, you have to abide by like radio broadcasting rules. But outside of that, you have a lot of flexibility in what you can do, and there's no bandwidth constraints. So I do believe that there is some benefits to just being on radio, especially like when you're talking about like AM radio, like being able to beam that around the world to where there is an internet signal. There is reasons to do that. To see Bumbershoot? I don't even know who that is. Headliners was Atmosphere and a Tribe Called Quest. Yeah, I've never even heard of them. Never heard of any of those. Sounds great. But yeah, I don't know. There is reasons for radio stations to still have FM signal. There's plenty of reasons. I mean, there is like a part of me that would love, and I do mean love, Jesus, this child, and I do mean love to create a independent radio station and go mostly online radio, but like the logistics in that is not as easy as it sounds. Are they tamed, or are they just wild animals hanging out in a vault? Oz? There is bandwidth limitations where I live. Yeah. There absolutely is. But we're at a point now where there's less, but it doesn't matter if there's bandwidth limitations because I live in a big city, so there's going to be way less. But the second you, like here even, where I grew up, which is only 45 minutes from here, the fastest internet you can get is like 5 up, 5 down. Where I grew up. That's the fastest internet you can get. I checked relatively recently. I was curious. I was like, I wonder what the speed at the house I grew up in is. 5 up, 5 down. It's the fastest internet you can get. but you could get all the same FM stations that I get here. So, also a sub-psychon. How's things? It's a good combo. I like it. Also, we have 3 new dwarfs. You're gonna steal that combo? It's a good combo. You're gonna go sub to McLaffy Taffy or something to go get that combo freeways? Chat investments are open. If you want to invest your tickets. Yay! Cucumber finally began a mysterious construction. That took half a year. Cow leather, black bronze, cow leather, pecan, wood, willow logs, silver logs, stray bull bone, and granite. Look, child. We'll make us something neat. But shh, it's not official yet. Well, let me know. Maybe we could work out some sort of official partnership or something, Aqua. Sad you don't have Pride Heart R. Yeah. Yeah, sad indeed. I'm gonna do a big cave-in next. The problem is like I wouldn't be able to stream anything on there, period. So it's like I could do shows on it, but that would be about it. I don't know. To me, there's something romantic about radio, kind of in the same way that people get nostalgic about anything. So, I don't know. Spitalier! Thanks for chucking a sub out into the ether and it lands on Feels Batman. Sometimes you gotta feels Batman. Hope you're doing well, Spitalier. Hope you've had a good couple days. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Spitalier chucking a sub at Feels Batman? And thanks, Spitalier, for everything that you do, as always. Go. And Cucumber, the Dwarven Child, has created Arzin Minkal, a granite zilla, an instrument, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Team Xeno. It's worth 38,400 Zethal. Knighted Leopard is the name of it. The Zellar is a huge stationary bone musical instrument. above which hangs 78 bone bells. The musician uses the ceramic keyboard to select which of these bells are struck. So it's a giant typewriter with bells. Got it. The instrument has an 8-octave range, going from an extremely low to an extremely high pitch. The instrument has a noisy, wobbling, vibrating, heavy timbre. Noisy, wobbling, vibrating, heavy timbre. This is a granite cellar. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with granite cabochons and decorated with cow leather and encircled with bands of cow bone and pecan wood. This object menaces with spikes of silver and black bone. On the item is an image of the autumn of chucking, the cow bone warhammer in willow. On the item is an image of Ezem wild-cloistered, the dwarf and dwarves in cow leather. Ezem wild-cloistered is surrounded by the dwarf. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Ezem wild-cloistered to the position of king of the ignited creation in mid-autumn of year 5. 8 octaves? Yeah, I mean, it's got a keyboard, but piano not played by played but with bells, right? Piano is different. But we can construct that in a tavern. Maybe the dwarves will play it. Wouldn't that be fun? That is a cool fucking artifact, dude. I mean, I've never heard a bone bell. You're amazed by the generated text? Pretty neat, isn't it? It is indeed pretty neat. Oh, that one's already done. All right. All right. Last Discord word story. Speaking of text generation. Vodka bears are only drunk when they have cow feet and liquor. Spectacles upon walrus snouts don't snort walrus. Stuff happens when drunk. Things are stuffy or slippery when wet. Asparagus in soup looks green. Green tractor required with wrench and sledge. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can defeat mathematics. Screwdrivers are... Please continue, chat. And suddenly they bought a server for Conan Exiles. All right, you can never leave your friends unmoderated ever again, Spitalier, because that's completely unacceptable. Like, that's disgusting. I can't believe that you leave your friends alone for a week and suddenly they're playing Conan Exiles. Like, they need to get some class or some taste or something, because that's disturbing. I'm so sorry for your loss. Spitalier. I mean, come on, there's worse games they could be playing. At least they're not playing Ark. Although, what if, like, you leave us alone for 2 weeks and you come back and we have an Ultima Online server? I mean, hypothetically, because that might actually happen. Shouldn't joke around too much, because that, like I said, yeah, that may actually happen. Christmas party is canceled, can't be seen. Yeah, exactly. You cannot acknowledge such a crime as playing Conan Exiles. It's an absolute crime against all gamers! I heard that game's okay. Bellinair likes it, so probably fine. Ultima Online is cool, at least. I mean, so is... Like, I'm not gonna just straight up talk shit about Conan Exiles. Conan Exiles is fine. I don't like those open world survival craft games. They're just kind of bleh to me. Not really my shtick. Meanwhile, Cooler over here is just trying to get everybody to buy Project 5 Sightseer. Because it's like $2. It's fine. It's all good, Haas. You are permitted to like the big dick flinging game. ASMR is so nice. Hive Fleet looks awesome. I just don't know if I could actually play it, so I haven't like put the money into it to buy it because they also didn't send me a key. If they sent me a key, I would have played it by now, but they didn't, so here I am, not playing that game. Although I discovered a game this morning just randomly staring at Steam, which is this. This. Shadows of Forbidden Gods. I just saw hexes, weird lines connecting nodes, and cool looking mountains, and was like, ooh, I'm interested. And it has a demo. It looks neat, and I might try it. I might, like I said earlier, I might just buy it and try it. Somebody's hobbyist project. And it also has a demo. Down the rabbit hole again, RIP. That's almost as bad as playing Cookie Clicker. Oh no, Arch tantrumed again, I think. Want to practice a martial art? All right, we'll put you into the Eternal Guard. What, throw the game at me? Tip me $20 Canadian, so 20 US, and I'll buy the game. We'll stream it tonight. Straight up, like that's how. I don't like it when people gift me games. I'd rather people, because then I can still review it. If you gift it to me, my reviews wouldn't count. Because it counts as getting the game for free. That's 1,000 hours worth of gameplay, Psycon, if you get into it. Thousands of hours worth of gameplay. There's so much in Rift Wizard. It's ridiculous. It's funny. There was a forum post on the Rift Wizard subreddit that I saw, or not subreddit, on the Steam page when people were when people were when I was working on the video for it. I saw a Steam forum thread where someone was just basically stating, are there any like straightforward guides on how to beat this game? All I can find is hardcore long-term community members building PhD level builds for people with intelligence. I don't have that. How do I beat this game? It's like, well, I mean, if you don't have that, you're playing the wrong game. Because that is the game. Is pretend that you have like a PhD in wizard and atomatics, I guess. In magics is... How to be good at Rift Wizard. Be big brain smart. And pray. Animal! Thanks for the raid. How was you? What were you playing today? Were you Minecrafting? You're usually Minecrafting when you raid me. Check, can I get a round of beers for the animals and the raiders? Or maybe apple juice, because I don't think animal drinks. Minecrafting as always. Cheers, man. Beware, requires critical thinking. Rated S for smart. That's a good combo, Freeways. Wild Kane, hello. Always good to see Jim Morian emotes too. Beer and apple juice with soap to make it. No, you can make apple juice foam. You can do that. Trust me, you can do that. Just kind of got to shake it a lot. Yes, that is true. Doesn't even need to be alcoholic cider for it to foam. Someone named Jim, I think. Now I just need to wait for all the dwarves to get off of this tile, and I can pull a lever, and then the whole thing caves in. Wait, someone sold their Twitch account because they got partnered? I'm so confused. Or rather, somebody sold their Twitch account because they had rare emotes. Did that actually happen, or are you just, like, stating things? Actually, hold up. Cancel that. That's fine. That won't be too hard to fix. Cave her in. Let's go. This is going to be the biggest cave-in we've done in a minute. Hopefully there's no kids underneath it. I don't see any. All right, we should be good to go. Cool. Dwarf's coming to pull the lever. I played a little bit of it, and my experience mostly was I played the tutorial Taigo, and then was unable to load onto a server because their server kept breaking, or like their server browser kept breaking, and I didn't play 2019 or 18 or 17. I haven't played a farm sim since Farm Sim 15, and I didn't play that for very long, so I'm not the person to ask. But the Halcyon Frequency server is popping, and people seem to be super happy with it. So there is that. Alrighty, Dwarf. Be safe. It's quite the cave-in. That's a lot of dust. It should be safe by this point. I know one instance of a Twitch partner who lost their account as part of a divorce. But this was about 2016, I think. It was whenever, oh, what's that game? What's that game where you build the vehicles? and it's like way more in depth than it should be, and it's kind of Minecrafty, and you're kind of like a weird something mechanic. No, not besieged. Something mechanic. It's like a survival crafty game thingy. As it was around the time that released. Scrap mechanic. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, scrap mechanic. It was when that game released that happened. So now I have to go around the edge of this and fix it, but that's fine. Also, Rory, thanks for the host. Yeah, I remember it because I was doing a 24/7 stream, or a 24-hour stream with Ludicolo at the time, who now goes by Ludi on Twitch. I think he still streams. I haven't watched his channel in a very long time, but yeah. I remember one instance of that happening, but that only happened once that I know of. Till the coffee kicks in? Yeah. I should put like a, should I put like a repeating bot command that just says, hey, you want to help the channel out? Host the stream or something. Stone, are you still here? It's springtime. Heads up. Also, hello, Exo Banisher. Welcome to the channel. "24-hour stream, yeah. My brain's not functioning. But yeah, we did a 24-hour stream of Scrap Mechanic when it launched. That was fun. By the end of it, we built a rocket that like launched us to the top of the skybox. That was actually a pretty fun stream. It's a long time ago. Long time ago. Because like we wanted to do a 24-hour stream, but we were both like too small to really have active chats for the entirety of it. So we just did a 24-hour stream together, which was fun. It was good times. I mean, it would be less than once an hour. It'd be like every 5. I have a few already in there every 45 minutes. But yeah, that happened once. There's like one instance of that happening. Oh no, Corvius Swade died of old age. Jack, can I get some Fs? Corvius, who finally passed away, was a good dwarf. One of my military dwarves, was a militia commander for a bit, was captain of the guard for a bit. Also, the annual tribute has arrived. Damn. Would have been 159 years old, because he was 158 when I looked earlier in the stream. You know, Arch, I kind of want to put you in the military, but I fear that if I put you in the military, you're just going to beat somebody up. So Arch, I'm going to put you into Bear Fighters 2, maybe? I don't know. Put you in Bear Fighters 2 and get you training down here. Just don't want you to one-shot anybody. Let's see if that helps you. I'll put you into Bear Fighters 2. And get you training up there. See if it's worth it. Sad. Sad days. Tribute's being unloaded. I'm assuming Stone is AFK. Or went to bed and I missed it, which is definitely possible. We're now in the year 347. First of spring. Now we get to go do more cave-ins. You want abstract thinking? All right, I will make you a scholar again. Try that. So we're back down to 30 dwarves. But 5 children, meaning hopefully we can get some new couples in the fort soon. TM? That's not what I wanted. I wanted a support, not a statue. There we go. Capital S. We'll cave in that little, like, standout bit in the end there. How much farther ahead is this? Well, it depends on where you're watching on YouTube or what part you're watching on YouTube. This is, I'm about one upload ahead right now. So I think I've, actually, hold on. I can tell you how many VODs I haven't put live yet. I have 1, 2, 3 VODs that have not gone up yet on YouTube. So I have VODs up to 68 recorded, and then this is 69 right now. Nice. And the last VOD I put up was on the 25th, and that was 65. I've got a lot of stuff going up on YouTube right now, so it's because I have all of the Caves of Cud VODs that I'm putting up. Haha, it's the sex number. Yep. Nice indeed, yes. So yeah, that's kind of, that's not where I wanted to put that. I put this on the wrong layer. Oh, it's supposed to go down here. It's okay, I can connect mechanisms to both of those. Yeah, fair enough, Exo. I mean, like, the YouTube stuff for this series is kind of a, I say personally treat it as an archive. So if you want to go back and watch something specific, you can do that. If you want to just watch all of it in order, you can also do that. And I know some people who have, and I'm incredibly flattered that people do. But it's there if you want to see the whole thing, and it's just, and that's kind of just how my YouTube channel is. It's like the VODs that go up are there as an archive, primarily. One of my biggest regrets is that with my early days on this platform and streaming is that I didn't archive everything. And if I were to start streaming again, I would have archived everything better and just done a better job of it in general, which I feel like I didn't do. So that's why everything I do, more or less within reason, goes up on YouTube in some format now. It's also why there's way less music on my channel, unfortunately, but... No, totally, absolutely. Like, that's something that, like, I've been getting more and more and more, is that people are just like, oh, well, like, back when I started uploading VODs to YouTube, there was quite a large contingent of, like, my friends who stream who were just like, you're wasting your time, nobody's gonna watch those. And I was kind of adamant, like, I disagree. It's like, if I do it long enough, people will watch it. And, you know, I'm at a point now where people watch it. And could I get more views if I, you know, could pay an editor to edit the VODs down? Maybe. But I don't have time to do that myself. And I'm just not going to do that because, frankly, for me to do that, it would require like another couple of hours of labor every day, and I don't have I don't have that much time in the day, unfortunately. But if I the one thing that, like, I'm undecided that I know some people have been asking for is some people want chat on screen, but then, like, an equal party of people don't want chat on screen. So I'm torn on that one. That's a change that I might make. I haven't decided. Hell yeah. Animal, hell yeah. Do they go up on YouTube or are they just highlighted on Twitch? But yeah, no, Jimmy, you're one of the people who's watching it. There's some people who've watched all of it, allegedly. Spooky's been watching through it too. Yeah, or like maybe one line visible. I don't know. Like I could make one line visible right beneath the my box. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm in two minds about it. I don't like having a lot of stuff on my stream. Like I don't like having a lot of visuals and things flashing and popping up. So, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm in two minds about it, but oh, really? That'd be interesting. Audio. Or not audio. Animal. Wrong A name. Brain's not fully operational, apparently. Yeah, no, absolutely. There are some people who are up in arms about it. I guess that's kind of the problem. I don't know. I guess for me, it kind of depends on how big the YouTube channel gets. If the YouTube channel gets bigger than the Twitch channel, then at that point, I might consider just starting to balance things in the direction of quality for YouTube versus quality for Twitch. But because the Twitch channel for me is still like, this is how I pay my bills. Lever to pull. This is how I pay my bills, right? This is how I make my money. This is what gets me through and pays my rent. YouTube is a side hustle. If YouTube becomes the main gig in the future, maybe at that point, then I could justify it. Making changes specifically for YouTube. I'm just not at that point yet. Look at that cave-in. I think I like doing a lot of small cave-ins a lot more than the big cave-ins. Big cave-ins are fun, but a lot of small cave-ins just gives us more cave-ins. Let's bring some prep meals. I mean, like the actual ideal situation would be upload the full VODs and also do like 25-minute highlights, but making a 25-minute highlight out of a 5-6 hour VOD is like a multiple hours worth of work. Not even counting like uploading time. So to me, it's just ridiculous. Although something that I've been doing, I don't know if people have noticed, but I've been cutting the Caves of Cud VODs in half and uploading them in like 1.5 to 2 hour, sometimes 3 hour chunks instead of the like 5.5 to 8 hour chunks to see if that does any better. And from what I can tell, it's almost identical view counts wise. So statistically, it doesn't actually change that much if I cut the VODs down versus if I keep them at the full length. But I do end up with a lot more content that way. So I could trick people into thinking I have more Caves of Cud content than I actually do. It's like Quill18 will stream Dwarf Fortress once a week for 2 hours, and that's like 4 to 5 VODs for his YouTube channel because he cuts them down into like 30 to 45 minutes. And I like streaming in the 8 hour chunks. And there for a while there was a party of people that wanted chat on screen, and they wanted them cut down to 30-minute chunks. But I'm just going to say this right now. If you subscribe to me on YouTube and you got 10 to 12 uploads a day, you'd be kind of pissed, right? Because that's about how many videos I'd need to upload a day to keep up with the amount that I stream. It would be about 10 to 12 uploads a day. And that's a lot. So I don't know if I want to do that at any point. Like, I know one person who can do that, and that's Wanderbots. But the reason Wanderbots can do that is because he streams like 4 games a day in like 3 hour chunks or 2 hour chunks. And he puts them up in 30 to 45 minute videos on YouTube. But it's like 5 different games at a time. And the way his YouTube channel ends up working is people go to his channel and they pick a game that they want to watch and they just watch the playlist. That's how his channel ends up working. Which works, but because I play specific games for long periods of time, I I'm not certain that's the best method. So, I don't know. I don't know. It's a weird mess. And yeah, YouTube hates long videos, but that's fine. The actual traffic gets from my YouTube channel are not the VODs. The actual traffic gets from my YouTube channel is the Dwarf Fortress news and the interviews. Oh, trust me. I have like playlists that have disappeared on YouTube, and I have no idea where they went, Render. I know that they exist, but I can't display them and I can't advertise them, and they're set to public. So trust me, it's confusing on the back end too. Like, although, but if we look at YouTube stuff for a second, here, have a peek at this. This is my view counts for the last 48 hours on YouTube, right? So it's like Dwarf Fortress, Dwarf Fortress, Dwarf Fortress interview, King Under the Mountain VOD, almost 500 views since it went up this morning, or yesterday. Dwarf Fortress news, King Under the Mountain VOD, Dwarf Fortress news, Dwarf Fortress news, Caves of Cud, Caves of Cud, Caves of Cud. Like, people are watching these VODs, and they're watching them in pretty good numbers. Episode 1 of Longdeath got 57 views in the last, like, 48 hours, which is not bad. I mean, what are we at on Longdeath right now? Part 1 of Longdeath is at $55 in ad revenue in the... How long has this VOD been up? 1 year and 94 days. That's not bad. That's not bad. People have watched almost 9,000 hours of Longdeath. So, you know, getting traffic. Slowly, but it's getting traffic. Yeah, no, absolutely. And, like, I have a little bit of variety in my stream, but it's not, like, a crazy amount of variety in my stream. So, like, I don't want to be a full-on variety channel because I like to get way into games. You know, I like to find a game that I like and play a lot of it. Like, even, like, fucking Conquest of Elysium, it's like I didn't expect that I'd put 50 hours in that game, and I could really reasonably say by the time I'm done with that game, I will probably have streamed like 250 hours in that game because I haven't even played every race yet, let alone like playing multiplayer or something. So I don't know. Wait until I've played every race, and then like I'll actually have like an idea of how long I'm gonna spend in that game. It's time for you to fade into the sleepy lands. Yeah, absolutely. You have a good night, Azaza. You have a good night. Bloody Drongo gifted me a subscription to Bloody Drongo. Why did Bloody Drongo gift me a subscription to Bloody Drongo? I need to @ Bloody Drongo and go, why did you gift me a sub to your channel? What? I am much confused. Alright. Cool Aussie streamer I never get to watch because he's on in the middle of the night my time. Why is that dwarf vomiting? Gonna cave in. Ah, crap. I see a spot where I fucked up. Right there. Let's get that corner bit caved in. What's next? Next on the to-do list. But I don't know. The whole YouTube thing for my YouTube channel is weird. I think that my YouTube channel is kind of unique like that, and I'm kind of okay with it being that way. I'm kind of okay with it being this weird, ugly duckling of a YouTube channel, and it's got some really cool shit on there in the interviews. Some of those clips from the interviews have been used in universities, supposedly. I've had two separate people reach out to me and ask if they can use it as part of presentations for either. One was for a class and one was for an example reference. All of that's really fucking cool. My dad's like, you should charge licensing fees. I was like, fuck that noise. Freedom of information. Let's go. So I think that shit's really fucking cool. So I don't know. Holly Golly, thanks for those on the raid. Hope your stream was good. Hope Dwarf's was good. So the chunk of the Dungeon Man's interview, where he talks about the interview that he had with Valve, got used as part of a game design course where they were the teacher was allegedly teaching about how to market games at a specific demographic while designing games to be marketed to a specific demographic. I don't have the exact context, but that's basically what they said it was. And then the other one was the from the most recent one where Tarn talks about his world generation. So I assume both game design classes. Which I personally I'm totally cool with. I personally am totally cool with that. Okay, so you get that in place. Once this is in place, then we can segment this off. So, while I don't have exact context, it's pretty easy to guess what the classes are about based on that. And that's something that I will be totally okay with people doing basically forever. Like, if people want to use anything that I talk about in any of those interviews as part of a class, that is way too fucking cool. Like, straight up way too fucking cool. Hello, how's things, Mark? Your dwarf's still alive and not dead yet. Are you still mayor? No. Your dad is mayor. You are an adult now, allegedly. Unless I'm lying. No, there you are. Yeah. Or no, you're not. Your dad is mayor. You were mayor, and then another dwarf got elected as mayor. Yeah. You were mayor, and then for 2 seasons, then another dwarf took your spot. For some reason, I thought you were a different dwarf. Yeah, no, you did, however, your son, however, just made basically a dwarven piano, so that's kind of cool. Yeah, you were mayor. You're not mayor anymore. Yeah. You got outvoted, unfortunately. Somebody else is more popular than you. Type trains are off cooldown. Hallelujah. I mean, dwarves are all commies. This is a widely known fact, dude. Anyway, how you doing, Mark? Those things. Good to hear, man. Glad things are good. Is there anything that I'm missing on the layer above here? Just remove that so it doesn't, like, for some reason do a weird mystery thing and keep them from falling. All right, this should be good to drop. Should be good to drop. Just need to wait for the dwarves to leave. Which they have now. Let's just make sure that this has been connected. Nope, it has not. All right, you. Connect to that. And we'll wait. Let's check in with... March the 2nd. You do not care in the slightest about training. All right, well, we will get you off of training then. Chat, I need to take a leak real quick. I will be RB. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to.
Crypt Bear.
Oh man, you waited till right when I stood up, Kaglar. Kaglar, thanks. Hiccup. Thank you very much for the 5 months. Cheers, my dude. What is up? How is things? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the prime. And enjoy the ad-free viewing. We also have new dwarf emotes, so you missed them. We got Crypt Zoom, Crypt Zzz, and Crypt Peek. 3 new emotes. We got one more coming. I don't know what it's going to be, but we'll figure it out. Once this dwarf finishes linking this up to a trigger, then we can cause another cave-in. Hope the cave-ins are entertaining. I've been enjoying just, like, setting stuff up and making things go, wee, crunch. Been a bit of fun. Speaking of... Oops, actually. Let's go up to about here. Let's just go granite. And we can put a lever on top of that. All right, let's do another cave-in. There it goes. I just need to wait for a dwarf to show up. Pull the lever, crunk. Correct lever. We even have that lever. Rumbles in the deep. Ah, the ingenuity of dwarves. Reminds me of a chess stream I've watched a couple times where the guy who does the stream is just always eating raw carrots. It's always kind of perplexed me, to be honest with you. But carrots are good for you. That's probably why they're delicious. Let's do the rest of this. I don't know what's up, duck. What that means, animal. Zero clue what that means. I know what's up, dog, but what's up, duck? Do I though? I watched a lot of Looney Tunes when I was younger. Haven't watched much Looney Tunes in a very, very, very long time. Like a very, very, very long time. Why is that orange? What did you do that you need to be wrapped in bubble wrap? I mean, if that's just what you're into, like, you just like being wrapped in bubble wrap with a snorkeler. Yeah, he says, Doc. What's up, Doc? What's up, Doc? That's Bugs Bunny. Speaking of Bugs Bunny, so chat, have you guys heard of multiverses? Have you guys seen this shit? Multiverses? Not multiverse, multiverses. First off, there's first look reveals, but let's see if I can find a website. Ah, here we go. This, multiverses. I'm sorry, pardon me, what? Anyway, yeah, it's, Warner Bros. Is making a game. Let's see, what is the character list? The character list is crazy. It's got like fucking Gandalf in it and shit. It's like, do you want Batman versus Gandalf? You could do that. Hold on, let's see if I can find a better article. All this shit's like a month old. When's the... It's all... I don't really want to watch just like a YouTube video of it. But anyway, yeah, it's... Oh, sweet. This is the official Warner Bros. Channel. This thing. Shut up. Like, it's Batman and then whatever the fuck from Adventure Time. This looks like a soulless nightmare, in my opinion. But this exists. It's Shaggy. Quite literally, Animal. Yeah, it really is the ultimate showdown of Ultimate Destiny. I mean, after I heard about this existing, I was like, hold on a second. What does Warner Brothers own? Yeah, it's they're making a Smash Brothers. It's called Multiverses. Yep. It keeps fucking going. Superman? Yep. Mm-hmm. This might be the best game with Superman in it ever made. You know, there's Steven Universe of Steven Universe. Anyway, so that's a thing that's getting made. If you know, wanted to play that for some reason. Reminds you of one of those early DS games. It looks like it's made by Fisher Price. Like, it looks like garbage. Like, I don't want to just, like, mock the people that have been working hard on it, but, like, it doesn't look very good. Like, at the very least, the Nickelodeon one has, like, some heart behind it, but... yeah, you're right. It can't be worse. It does indeed have Adventure Time, Steven Universe, and Batman. Yep. Also, like, if I were to play that, you know I'd be a Shaggy main, right? If I were to, it's gonna be free to play, and if I did decide to play that, I'd 1000% be a Shaggy main. No questions asked there. Just all Shaggy all day. I mean, why would you play anything else? Shaggy main or quit? Yes, exactly. Chat knows what's up. It's just like the only playable character in the Nickelodeon Smash Brothers fighting game is Patrick. If you didn't know that, like, there's other characters in the game, allegedly, but none of them matter. The only one that matters is Patrick, and my desk just moved. What the fuck? Suddenly scared that my desk is unstable. They showed him throwing a sandwich in that video? Mm-hmm. I mean, he would eat the sandwich and then puke it on them, right? Need to, like, check the screws in my desk. What the fuck was that? Yes, a Multiverses does have the actual voice actors, which is, you know, kind of cool, but okay, I don't think my desktop half is loose. I'm suddenly, like, scared that my desktop is loose because, like, I just heard a thunk and it moved that way. Doesn't look like it. I think I might just be paranoid. I've never seen a single second of Steven Universe. I've only ever seen, like, screen grabs of it, so I know nothing about that show. Okay. He's too powerful. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, another character that's in it, and the only reason I thought of this was because Animal brought up Bugs Bunny, is Bugs Bunny. And I can't wait to just see Shaggy beating the shit out of Bugs Bunny. Like, I'm just way too excited to see that. Oh, looks like it's going down. Ah! I lost it. There it is. I mean, it's a pity they didn't put any other game characters into Multiverses Animal. Anyway, that's quote number 350. So there you go. Yeah, I do kind of feel like that the Ultimate Showdown from Ultimate Destiny was ahead of its time. Because of shit like this. Speaking of the Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny, what the heck's that person doing now? Do they still make content? They still upload things, or did they just make one massive cultural touchstone and then just, like, vanished? With the big Chungus skin? Oh, you know it, Render. You know it. Oh, really? Huh. Well, glad he's still at it. I really hope he made a lot of money off of the Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny. What? Oh, I'm waiting. People that saw that video are now making games. This is true, yes. But I haven't played a fighting game that features Mr. Rogers in a bloodstained sweater yet, so I'm sad. As far as I know, audio, yeah. Like, that sounds right. Yeah, I saw your, like, random DM on Discord. Whoopsies, I just closed chat, apparently. I saw your DM about that on Discord, Orange. But, like, or rather, you said your night was cut short. So was that message, and I don't really respond to messages without any context. So I figured that you'd pop into chat at some point and explain what was up with that. So what was up with that? The hell happened? Because not only was your night cut short, but so was that message, because you missed the T on short. Oh, remember how I said that you should drink less? Can I reiterate that? You go get some good dinner, audio. We'll see you when you get back. Oh, hell yeah, audio. Post pictures if there's good picture food. You know, when food is particularly photogenic. If you have particularly photogenic food, please share. Because I would love to see photogenic food pictures. Oh man, I did it again. Because I'm a big, stupid person. You still tripped and cut the back of your head, so I would say, yeah, you did, man. Getting an injury at the bar while drinking is literally like part of my definitions of drinking too much. Also, there's been a lot of gameplay in Longdeath recently. I hope that you guys have been enjoying the more gameplay streams. Yeah, gameplay, right? Weird. So I'm gonna link a thing because this is a wall full of bees. I need to share it. I need someone else to see that. I need someone else to see that because that is kind of insane. There's so many bees. All right, let's go here. Here. going around the top half. So chat, I'm thinking about playing a new game tonight. It is 2:47. And I think that we're going to play another like 30 to 45 minutes of this. And then I'm thinking about just buying this and playing it. I haven't bought it yet. It is $20. Yeah, I think we'll just buy that and play. But if anybody wants to throw money in towards the fund to play that game on stream, direct tips through PayPal will go literally straight at it. So, just throwing that out there. Not saying you need to, of course, because I do have the money in my PayPal. But if anybody wants to throw money into that for that specific reason, that'll be happening in probably like, I don't know, 40 minutes to an hour. We'll be streaming some of that. Just because I'm so bloody curious about that game. Like, it could be terrible, but sometimes you just got to play something new. I kind of did this with Conquest of Elysium, and that went well, so I just randomly saw it on Steam one day. I was like, yeah, fuck it, let's try it. You're sorry? About what? Sorry, I'm not giving up on you. Never know till you try. This is true, Sideways. I feel like there's an innuendo in there somewhere. No, you're orange. Oh, I see. I was like, what are you sorry about? Right, yeah, you named a pawn after me in your RimWorld game, and I'm dying, I guess. Well, I mean, that seems chill. I mean, frankly, I'd rather be dead someday. That's just kind of a fact, so. Frankly, I'd say you're doing me a favor, so appreciate it. I'm alive? I mean, that's fine. Just let me die. I'll be happier that way anyway. Where's our chat? Did you commit any crimes? Apparently not. It was a very short tantrum. Like I said, seems pretty chill. Return to the pain and whence we came. You know, I'm starting to love the theory that we are actually just a molecule in some bigger creature. I've been like, you know, falling down rabbit holes. That is one scientific theory outside of the known universe. It's like, what if we are actually just like a piece of a molecule? Because when you look at microbes and extremophiles, a lot of them look very close to galaxies. The same shapes. Which means, do we ever truly die? Like, really? Absolutely, freeways. Or sideways, yeah. Absolutely. I've got sideways and freeways in the chat. This isn't confusing at all. Always, yes. Apparently, the next streamer for the hot potato hasn't even started yet and already has to extend her goal. Which is kind of amazing, by the way. I mean, not too far off. I don't know. Like, chat, what is your favorite, like, creation myth theory or creation theory? Like, what is it? Are you guys simulation theorists? Are you guys, like, in on the, like, do you guys think it's the Big Bang? Do you think we're a molecule? Because I think I'm leaning molecule right now. That's my current pet theory. Because, you know, it's all just theories. Like, we really don't know. We don't have any proof of anything. I mean, we have proof of lots of things, but we don't have any, like, 100% we've seen it. We know it happens this way. In a game coded by Tarn, Tarn's just going to code the next reality. Isn't that just simulation theory, though? Like, that's literally just simulation theory. You think it's all a dream? I think we're actually in a marble, and the universe has a theme song written by Will Smith. We are the Man in Black. Isn't that just simulation theory, though? Big Bang, but black holes restart the cycle every heat death. Yeah, it's plausible. We just need everything to eventually get sucked into a black hole. That's just the ending of the last Dune book, Animal. I'm pretty sure that actually is the ending of the last Dune book. Could be Dune. It could be Dune! Yes. So what's inside a black hole? Really, really, really dense matter. The important question, though, isn't what's inside a black hole. It's, why does it matter? I'm funny. That's why you guys are paying me, right? See, Joe gets it. Joe gets it. Almost time to bake rolls. You go bake those rolls. Just don't rock. Make sure that you only roll. Otherwise, you'll have, like, sore teeth when you're done eating. Then you just get, like, a checkerboard pattern, and you hit the finish line. Sideways. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. What? Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Come on! Get a load of this! Limp Bizkit. It is summer, I think. I have too many emotes. I'm pardon. What? Oh, were you trying to crypt metal and you crypt meched instead? I mean, I'll be honest, there's part of me that's thinking about replacing crypt mech, but I don't know. It was kind of originally intended as a placeholder. Oh man, I just realized that we fucked up. A uncompleted wall back there. Somehow it doesn't have a dwarf stuck in it though. That's a miracle. Look at her face. I mean, this is true. She is pretty great. Crypt mech is adorable. Crypt mech is the wife I will never have. Although Crypt mech will be really relevant whenever Brigador Killers releases. At some point in the far-flung future, Brigador Killers will release, and when that happens, there will be lots of Crypt mechs in the chat, I hope. God, I can't wait for Brigador Killers. I just hope that game is good when it releases. Yeah. We're almost done with filling in these walls. So chat, tomorrow at noon Pacific is when Sui says she's doing the group call for the finale of the Hot Potato for this year. So I'll be in that group call. It's just a group call for everybody who took part in the Hot Potato in any way. So I'll be taking part in that tomorrow. But tomorrow at noon, I will be on Sui's stream for X amount of time. Undetermined amount of time. Along with probably a whole bunch of other streamers. Nah, whatever you feel like eating. Anyways. Are we giving you dinner ideas? I don't know what you have available to cook. Rice with pasta and bratwurst? That's a lot of carbs. Jesus. Chaos meal? I mean, at that point, it would be rice with bratwurst, a sandwich, and some bread rolls for an appetizer. Edible food is your favorite one? That's generally a positive. If it's inedible food, that's a concern usually. All right. Just doing some fixing up down on the bottom of this, pulling things apart. We got a lot of bits and pieces fixing to do around here, so this is going to take a little bit. And the humans have arrived to trade. Hell yeah. The new goal is now smashed. Pardon me. Oh, her goal. Yeah. Okay. I was going to say, we haven't hit 80,000. What are you talking about? But yeah, she's already raised, what, $1,500, and she's been going for 33 minutes. Apparently, she raised her goal before she started, which I think is kind of incredible. Because she was promoting it all week. So that's kind of awesome. But the humans have arrived. World the same as ever. We're going to request some cheese. What about Nurgle? Who owns Garfield? I just want to know if they could put Garfield into that Warner Brothers thing. Does Warner Brothers own Garfield? If so, and if they haven't put Garfield into that fighter yet, they've fucked up. Oh, another thing about that multiverses thing that I think is incredible is, you know what Warner Brothers owns? They own Friends. They should really put Friends into that. The hot potato is currently at $76,846.42 towards Doctors Without Borders, and $110 of that is my money. So I'm helping. Yeah, that's what they're at right now. That's what they're at right now. The other human caravan has arrived. I don't think so, or he wouldn't be a mascot for your car insurance company? Your car insurance company has Garfield as a mascot? So they should have been in the Nickelodeon one? Okay. I just want to, now that you said that it should be in the Nickelodeon one, I really want to beat up Garfield with Patrick. Can they please make that happen? I might actually buy that game just to be able to do that. Just have like a 24/7 like Garfield gets beaten up by Patrick live stream. That's just like just the AI fighting itself and Patrick beating the crap out of Garfield. Lowest level AI Garfield versus highest level AI Patrick. Go. Let's watch that all day. That is bonkers, Mist Runner. That is wild. That's like this. There was this car wash that was close to me that had Lightning McQueen as their mascot, like from the show Cars. Like not even like edited or anything. Not even like a fan version. Like just a photo, like a screenshot of that car, just like shopped onto their sign. They were open for about 2 years and then mysteriously closed. They were always pretty busy too, so I feel like they just got sued. That or they were a front or something. I don't know. But like I've seen some pre-sketched things like that. But yeah, that seems like brand theft to me. Indiana Farmers Insurance. Hold up. Oh my fucking Christ, you're not lying. You are completely accurate. He literally Garfield is the logo. That's... It says copyright pause, P-A-W-S. About Us. How the fuck did you get Garfield as your logo? They have Garfield and Odie on their Work For Us screen. What is this? The actual hell. Like, this feels like a joke website. They also have Garfield on, like, their company cars. Huh? They've existed since 1877. Well, all right, so... If they've existed... I have so many questions. How? So, hold on. So he's an Indiana native, and... You know... I have several questions. Were they just like, yo, dude, we'll give you free insurance if we put Garfield all over this shit? Do they get free lasagna at their company parties once a year? Like, what the? I have so many questions. So, as somebody who knows a decent amount about branding, I have so many questions. I am baffled. That is Incredibles. Their insurance is a joke? They must not be, because they've been around for a while. And at least Mr. Runner in chat can vouch for them. That is insane. Like, it feels like a weird joke. But it isn't. That is wild, dude. Your car's insurance card has Garfield on it? How do you feel about Garfield, Mist? Is that just like a weird anomaly of like the fact that you happen to be on that insurance company, or was like did that impact your decision to go with this particular insurance company? I'm just fascinated. I'm absolutely fascinated. Answer would likely make more questions. Yeah, probably, but still. Anyway. I mean, I can tell you what I can't tell you what I feel about that insurance company because I never worked with them. But what I can tell you is that Garfield Kart's Furious Racing is $1. And his online PvP. Chat, should we all buy Garfield Kart and stream some Garfield Kart? I'm just saying. That's what actually matters. Also, you should get a free copy of Garfield Kart for being for paying for that insurance. Also, oh yeah, that's the sequel to Garfield Kart. The original Garfield Kart is 60 cents. But doesn't have multiplayer, so. I like Odie. Odie and John are fun. Garfield's kind of an ass. Just kind of an old shithead, you know? But yeah, I think $1.50 is the right price to pay for Garfield Kart. You are not wrong. Kind of an asshole. Cats are generally kind of an asshole. No one wants to sell you insurance. Why can't he just retire? Like, at what point does, you know, like Donkey Kong OG retired and became Cranky Kong for the new Donkey Kong who raps to take over. When is Garfield going to retire so that a new Garfield can take his place? That's what I'm wondering. One of my favorite things about Garfield ever, though, is Bill Murray dying in Zombieland, and they're just like, do you have any regrets, Garfield? It's one of my favorite cross-promotional comments. Do you have any regrets, Garfield? I don't know, Garfield. What's the best part about Zombieland? The fact that it's quiet. What's the worst part about Zombieland? The fact that I shot Bill Murray. God, I fucking love that movie. Such a good movie. I'm flabbergasted by this insurance thing. And I need to send it to Giant Bomb. Because Giant Bomb loves playing anything related to Garfield, because Garfield memes. What, Zombieland's an odd one? Zombieland's a weird movie that I'm really happy got made. Oh, also, side note, Jupiter Hell is on sale right now. It's 20% off. On the topic of spending money on random games. Reckon Zeeg has become a spear dwarf. I think it's time to let these dwarves... How are you doing, Peter? Ugh. Give you guys a break from training. That pus. That is pus. Your favorite Garfield meme in Discord? I mean, obviously it'll be the best meme that's been posted on there in a very long time. Oh, it's a video. I can't click it then. Sad. Peter the Third is throwing a tantrum. That's not good. I'm gonna go back to being a bard, Arch. We'll see how you do there. You vote on Jupiter Hell and all categories in the Steam Choice Awards. I voted on best game that I suck at. I don't expect it to win though. Kinda sucks, but is what it is. Speaking of, I wonder when that's getting an update. I wonder when that's getting another update, because I'd really like to play more of that. But got to go. We'll see you when we see you, Costlord. Cheers, dude. We will see you when we see you. I'm just kind of sad that so many people on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit were like, no! When I was like, hey, vote for Labor of Love for Steam. They're like, but it's not out yet. It's like, I don't know. I've been playing for years, so it's pretty out as far as I'm concerned. And there's enough people that are just like, yeah, that like, this makes me sad. This makes me sad. Although it did get 300 upvotes, so probably a lot of people just kind of were like, oh yeah, sure, and voted without really thinking. But almost every comment was like, nah, I'm not voting for it. Come on. So much for being team players. Also, 9th of December, I'm going to be probably not streaming it, but I will be hanging out on Discord in the evening talking over the Game Awards. So if you want to make fun of the Game Awards with me on voice chat at 5 p.m. on the 9th of December, doing that. Through the Steam store page. Yeah, you go to the store page for Dwarf Fort. Does it really matter or mean anything? No, it just means the game gets more promotion, really. And because, like, they're not going to be getting as much promotion for a bit because they don't have as much art coming out, it's going to take a little bit. So you go to this page and you click on the nominate button and then just nominate it as the Labor of Love Award. Because that's legit the most deserving game, even though it's not officially out on Steam. Like, it is the most deserving game.
You.
Ah! Where did that come from?
Me. Yeah, you.
Where did that even come from? YouTube, please. I think that came from Steam. The fuck? Anyway. Yeah, you go to the Steam store page and vote for Labor of Love. Also, $77,341.42 raised for Doctors Without Borders, which is a big hell yeah. Can I get a hell yeah, chat? Or a round of beers or something. I don't know. Exclamation point potato to know what I'm talking about.
Woo!
Oh, dude,
yeah,
fuck
baby.
yeah, dude.
Let's
This is
go.
fucking sick. Hell yeah.
Woo!
Maybe next year we'll take part. I don't know. Actually, next year, if we have a little bit more planning in advance, I think what we're gonna try and do is do some sort of like intro show similar to what what's it called? Similar to what Games Done Quick does. GDQ has kind of a intro show. Also, I'm buying that game. It's terrible. Don't buy it, Alosan. That's my thoughts on it. So I've just spent $22.79 Canadians on, or sorry, $25 Canadians on Shadow of the Forgotten Gods. And I'm installing it. And you know what's ironic, Lilo-san? I said that as somebody who got paid not once, but twice to stream it. I did 2 sponsored streams for that game, and I will still state, do not buy it. I got paid to stream it twice, and I am of the opinion that you should not play it. Classic ADOM is fantastic, but you can play it for free. So if you want to play an ADOM, play Classic ADOM. Ultimate ADOM is just a kind of depressing husk of what the original game was. And inferior in almost every way. Although that is a pretty deep sale. I would wait for it to be like $5 before you buy it, though. Now that I remember. I remember an insurance company using Snoopy. I do remember that. I like the concept is great. Like all the concepts behind Ultimate ADOM are sound. Like I was super excited for Ultimate ADOM. And then I played it. So like I'm right there with you, man. Like I'm right there with you. I loved the idea of it, and then I played it. And then I wished I never played it. Because it made me retroactively dislike ADOM, which is one of my favorite games ever made. Sadly, the game seems like it's not fun. Yeah. I mean, when it comes to visually pretty roguelikes, they're kind of Jupiter Hell's the best we got, but like when it comes to fantasy stuff, like I personally think games like Dungeon Man's look phenomenal. I think the art in Dungeon Man's is awesome. I'm really curious about what Epion does with his next game, but there's definitely a lack of good traditional roguelikes with pretty graphics. There's very much a lack of it. I mean, like, look at this. I own all of the top selling roguelikes. Also, buy this, buy this, buy this, buy this, buy this. Maybe don't buy this. Probably buy this. This is actually an underrated game. This is a pretty cool little game. Buy this. Maybe. Buy this. Buy this. Don't buy Ultimate Adom. Tangle Deep is also very visual if you want a good-looking visual game. It's weird that's not on sale, though. Sproggy Wood also looks nice. Yeah, I don't know. Also, this is one that I need to try. Get Ogre It. A little game where you have to escape from a pit. You're an ogre and a human shapeshifter, and you have to escape from the ogre pit. I need to try that. My to-do list. You have a good night, Animal. Speaking of good nights, chat, I'm going to go and quickly get me some lunch. I have a sandwich to eat and a boiled egg to eat. So I'm gonna go do that. When I come back, my first page again? Oh, all of the games that I own? I mean, I could just link it to you, but... Caves of Cud, Tales of Majel, Jupiter Hell, Cogmine, Dungeon Mans, Rogue Empire, Dungeons of Dreadmore. Right there. It's nice to see Jupiter Hell this high up, though. Same with Cogmind. Nice to see these games all selling. I need to try Xlarn, because I've never played this, but it's $1 right now. Very maze-like, though. Very simple mechanics and maze-like. I don't know. Also, it's got, like, what looks like Comic Sans font, which is probably terrible, but... Anyway, I'm going to quickly go get myself some lunch. It's a pretty late lunch, but I'm going to go get myself some lunch. And then we're going to play that game that I just bought. It is currently midsummer on the 20th of Malachite. And in Longdeath, I'm just going to quickly put them into the Celebrate Zone because... Unfortunately, we have to go back to that because I lost a dwarf and some dwarves are upset. So, I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere too fast. Watch these dwarves party and hopefully not kill each other. And if I could get a big round of beers, that'd be rad. And hey, Brander buddy, I hope you're doing well. If I could get a big round of beers, that looks rad. And yeah. It hasn't released on console yet because it's a single developer doing all of the programming, Lilo-san. And porting a custom engine, because it's running entirely on their own code and their own engine, to console takes a while and money. And so they just haven't gotten around to it yet. But they're working on it. So one day it'll release on console. Anyway, I'm going to, as I said, go do lunch things. So if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them. And then we'll do a little bit more dwarfs. And then we're going to try that new game. Baby. All right, I made it back. Hey, Axon. All right. Let's chill a little bit longer. Let the dwarves relax. And then, after we're done with a little more chilling, it'll be time to adventure into the worlds of it'll be time to adventure into the world of that new game. Yeah, no, Jupiter Hell is definitely planned to release on consoles. It's just a matter of them getting it done. Excuse me. It's just a matter of them getting it done. Lumpy, how are you doing? You're all right. Arch. Not doing well. Did you hear the one about the giant kangaroo and the black bear man? No, I didn't. But I'd love to hear it. Man, I wish that they could actually tell the punchline. Jibby is doing okay as well. Could be worse. You know what? I think that we should call it before summer ends so that Stone doesn't need to worry about doing any... So that Stone doesn't need to worry about doing extra paperwork until tomorrow. Or until next time we stream. I think that we are going to say that's it for Longdeath for the day. We are almost 7 hours into the stream. It's a little early, but we're going to go check out a brand new game chat room. So... if you're here specifically for dwarf-related things, here's a link to my YouTube channel where you can go watch more dwarf-related things, and here's a link to the Patreon where you can support dwarf-related things. And Chad, if you're sticking around for the new game, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be rad.